Hi, everyone. Welcome back. It's the halftime show here on May 22nd, 2021. We've got some special guests here with us for this next session to tell us a little bit more about what's coming up this summer with the NMRA's Rails by the Bay convention. And man, am I excited to hear this. Let's all welcome John Abaticola and Phil Edholm. Gentlemen.
Hello, John. Thanks for having us.
Thanks, John, for having us.
Absolutely.
So I think we're here to talk a little bit about the upcoming national convention. And as we talk about that, we start. One thing you'll notice on the first slide I show, which is our introduction slide, is the word virtual is small. And I think that's really important. As we talk today, the goal in July is not to have a virtual meeting like we've experienced in the past. It's rather to create a true convention experience. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and share a screen, and we're going to talk a little bit about how the convention is going to work, what the content will be, and kind of what's going on. So with that, let me jump first and let's talk a bit about 3 reasons not to miss Rails by the Bay. So if you're thinking about it and you said, why would I want to do this? 3 real significant reasons. The first is there's going to be amazing content. We're going to talk a bit about the clinics, the layout tours, the keynote. It's really an opportunity to see great content and really see a lot of information in one place. The second is, the national event is the NMRA event of the year. It's where everyone goes. And what we're going to talk about today is that we're creating an environment where interaction is the real focus. It's not just the content, it's how do we all interact. And then last, and we'll talk a bit about this, it's an amazing bargain. It's a great value. So with that, what we want to do first is talk a little bit about how we've organized it. And, I'm going to let John kind of talk about this because I'm really very technical. And John's as a video guy, and it's great to hear him talk about it because what we try to do is create an environment where it's going to feel while you're there like a convention. So John, tell us a little bit about how we're organizing ourselves.
Yeah, one of the things originally when the whole idea came up was late last year. We weren't really sure if we were going to be able to do an in-person convention. Everybody wanted to, and everybody wanted to think we'd be able to, but the realities of the pandemic kind of put a kibosh on that. And we've learned or decided, I guess, sometime in January that we weren't going to be able to. But one of the things that we wanted to do all along, and we talked about this, was if it went virtual, which I think we all kind of knew in the back of our minds it probably would just because of the state of the pandemic at the time, that we wanted it to be like a real convention. And what I mean by that is when you go to a real convention, there's people everywhere. You see your friends, you meet new friends. It's more about the people for a lot of us than it is about the trains. And I did a video about the 2019 national convention that was held in Salt Lake City, where I interviewed probably at least 100 people who were convention goers, and they all said the same thing. We came for the trains, we come back for the people and the friends. And that's what we want to try to go for in this virtual event. So what we've done is using Zoom as a platform, we've created a way, thanks in large part to your expertise, Phil. So thanks for this. I've got to give credit where it's due. There are 2 tracks, okay? And these are basically there are things called Zoom webinars. And in these tracks, that's where all of our content goes. So on the Zephyr track, as you see on the left side of your screen here, we'll have something like, I think it's 8 hours of content every day on that track. And then on the Daylight track, which is on the right, we'll have 8 hours of different content on that track. So people can all go to these tracks and think of those as the rooms that are off the main hall when you go to a convention, where the clinics are given. That the hotels are called like, the Sierra room or, the Bahamas room or whatever. They have these fancy names for them. Ours are railroad related. They're the Zephyr and the Daylight. And then outside of those rooms, we have the Great Hall. And that's where people congregate. That's where all the socializing can take place. Now, there's plenty of opportunity for socializing in the clinic tracks as well, because there is a text chat that goes on the whole time. So you can ask questions or whatever about the clinic, or have little side conversations, or make comments about the topic. And the cool thing about that is that we're going to have the clinicians available in the live chat. So while they're giving their clinic, which has been recorded ahead of time, they can answer questions. So they can answer questions while they're giving their clinic, which is something else that we can't do when we're in person. It's one of the cool things about virtual atmosphere that we have here. But anyway, I want to go back to the Great Hall, because this is the really exciting part. In the Great Hall, you enter, and there's someone there who can help you and direct you to the various different rooms. And off the Great Hall, and we're going to have a slide that's going to show this in a minute, we can have as many as 100 different breakout rooms, which is way bigger than any convention you're ever going to go to. So you can find a breakout room, go in there with your buddies, hang out, and here we go. We're going to have dedicated rooms for specific things. So as you can see on the left side of your screen here, the clinic goes on is where the Q&A happens for the clinics. So
and John, we should just really point out here, because so for example, let's say you're going to the morning clinic at 10 o'clock.
Yep.
And that clinic starts at 10 o'clock, and the clinician will do a presentation from 10 to 10:40, let's say 10:40, 10:45. Normally in a normal convention, from 10:45 to maybe a minute before 11, you can do some Q&A, and everybody gets up the room and fights, and then the clinician leaves the room and everybody tries to follow him, etc. What we've realized here is that a virtual event can be fundamentally different, because if we do it right, there is no limit on the Q&A time.
Right.
So if you notice, what we've done is we have 6 clinic goes on rooms, 3 for each of the 2 tracks, because in the morning, afternoon, and evening, we have 3, 3, and 2 clinics. So what that means is at 10 o'clock, you go in, you watch the clinic. While you're watching the clinic, you can be asking questions of the clinicians. They can be answering those in text, or they can be getting ready to talk to you about those in the Q&A. At 10:45, everybody in the clinics can have the opportunity to leave the clinic room and walk over, by clicking
Virtually,
a URL in your computer, walk over to the clinic goes on room. In this case, if you were in the Zephyr track, it would be the clinic goes on room 2 for the 10 o'clock clinic in that track. You can now start talking at 10:45. The way we've structured this, you can talk till 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, 12:30, 1 o'clock. So we've actually created, I think, this very interesting opportunity to take advantage of technology to create even more opportunities to interact and talk.
yes.
And I think, and John pointed out, some of this is about the clinics, but there are all those other rooms. And one of the things we're looking to do and talk to folks here today is they're up to 100 separate topic rooms. And we want to create those for you, so when you come, you can have topics to talk about. And the one here on the bottom right, I'd like to talk about because it's very interesting. We did a dry run of some of the concepts of doing this kind of a social convention at the SPCA convention, the Pacific Coast Region Convention, about 4 weeks ago. And one of the things we did was we created a room, a breakout room called the N and Z Small Scalers Room. What was very interesting at the event was no one knew that room was going to be there. No one was told ahead of time it would be there. Within an hour of the convention starting, there were 4 people in the room, and there was literally somebody in that room virtually all day. And this is the thing that I think we all kind of missed in the virtual world is a virtual meeting of 500 people has 1 person talking. 500 people in 100 meetings has 100 people talking. Social interaction happens in small groups, and you can't have large things without having small groups if you want to have interaction. So what we've really done is tried to really create that concept in actually the mechanics of how the convention will work.
Yeah.
So with that, I'd like to just jump to, I think, the first of the topics, which really is what we're doing in the clinics. And this is pretty amazing because we have over 70 clinics, almost 60 clinicians signed up and doing clinics. Most will be pre-recorded. I'm going to let John talk a little bit about some of the clinicians here, and we've actually got some focus and a little video because he's done a lot of the interactions with the clinicians, getting them set up. But it's pretty amazing looking at what's being covered in the clinic. So John, a couple of comments on that?
Yeah, well, I'm going to go down the bullet list here. It says that they're mostly pre-recorded, which they are. We had to pre-record these in order to maintain a high level of quality. Okay. Production quality is a big thing for me, as a lot of people might recognize me from YouTube. My channel on YouTube is known for having very high production value. And that's part of the reasons why I volunteered to help with this convention, was to maintain that kind of quality throughout the clinics. So we're going to be doing the clinics as recordings, and they won't feel like recordings because they're the way they're edited. But after that, as Phil mentioned a minute ago, we're going to do the Q&A as well as during the clinic in the text. We're going to do it in the breakout rooms as well. And then, as Phil also mentioned, the Q&A is going to be able to last much longer than what you get in an in-person convention, which I think is really cool, because you're always pressed for time and you never have enough time to ask all the questions that you want for those clinicians that you really want to talk to, because you're competing with other people for that time. So some of the clinics that come straight to mind off the top of my head. Well, first of all, we have, over half a dozen MMRs already recorded. And Jack Burgess, who's a friend of mine, is going to be doing a clinic on using Photoshop as a modeling tool, which I think is a really cool concept. We've talked about that on my channel before in a series that I do with him on an every other month basis. Tony Custer has a great update on his layout. Clark Kooning did a couple of really cool and very informative clinics. One of them that I thought was particularly interesting was about tools. Everybody loves tools. Mark Jewett has done, I've recorded 3 with him so far, and his tend to be more about DCC, JMRI, more of the electronic type stuff on that side of things. And also on others, Ed Marin has a photo stacking or focus stacking clinic about basically taking photos on your layout, low angle photos, to make it look like a railfan shot. Like someone was on the ground, some HO scale person was on the ground with a camera taking pictures. That's also a really cool one. And then our friend, Cliff Linton, did 2 clinics that are all about ethanol by rail, and the other one's about butane by rail. And he really knows his stuff. As I was watching his clinic, I was learning a lot and thinking to myself, God, how does this guy know so much about this stuff? And he reveals the answer to that question during his clinic. So it's pretty cool. I mean, the amount of information and the quality of the content of these clinics is really good. Like,
it's amazing. Like I saw the clinic Robert Puthow did on steam locomotives, where he goes through the technology, and it's, for all of us who model steam locomotives, having someone really explain the cores of that. And I'll toot my own. I'm actually going to do a clinic on printing, 3D printing framing for buildings, actually doing models in O-scale where all the framing is actually printed to realistic dimensions with a 3D printer within a full wood completion. It actually makes a building that's both very strong and prototypically correct.
Yeah.
So it's exciting. In fact, what's interesting is a few of these are pretty amazing. Here are some clinic previews you can kind of look at and talk about.
Here's the Jack Burgess one that I was talking about. There's Tony Kester talking about his layout.
Yeah.
It's really choppy, Phil. Is it choppy on your end too?
I don't know. It may be the way the video sharing works of the frame rate, etc.
Yeah. But anyway,
we'll have this video up. We can put links to it for folks to see. It'll be much clearer in the technology we'll be using, because we're running everything in HD.
Yep. Everything's going to be in high definition, and it's going to be streamed from places that have connections that are capable of transmitting HD. So really looking forward to providing the level of quality that we're working so hard. There are a lot of really dedicated volunteers putting in countless hours to make this thing happen, and it's pretty exciting.
So so this is just an indication of kind of the level of content that's going to be there, and again, the production values that you'll see. And so I think as we get into this and get into the convention, the beauty of this is you have the opportunity to see a very high quality presentation, then combined with that really in-depth interaction. And one of the things we've actually, most of the clinicians are doing is planning on bringing additional material to the Q&As. Once you tell a clinician your Q&A can last an hour, it becomes pretty amazing how much content and things they want to bring in. I've actually was just having a conversation with the Silicon Valley Lines. We're going to do a session about their virtual operating sessions. And they said, well, we really look for a lot of the discussion actually had happened in the Q&A, not so much in our presentation. So again, very exciting. And you see some of these, just the quality of all the things and the pieces that are there.
Sure.
So this is our keynote. Most of you will recognize Michael Gross. He's a well-known actor, happens to be also a ATNSF model railroader, and Railfan and owns a short line. So he will be doing our keynote. It used to say keynote and banquet. Unfortunately, we could not figure out a way to do a virtual banquet. So the banquets will.
It's a BYOB. Bring your own banquet.
Bring your own banquet. Exactly. So the next area is layout tours. And, it's interesting, having been to a number of conventions, layout tours were always a challenge because you often had to make the decision to trade off layout tours against clinics you might want to go to. They often weren't very efficient, how they were done, timing wise. You had to dedicate 4 hours to see 2 layouts. And what I found was I could go look at the layout and I get a good view of the layout, but often you weren't able to really talk to the layout owner because they were there trying to figure out how to do with this morass of people and keep their layout running, and they're look like chickens with their heads cut off half the time. You don't want to interfere. So what we've done is we've taken the opportunity to do layout tours in a whole new way. And all of our layout tours will be pre-recorded. And thanks to John for doing a lot of these. And then in the convention, what we'll do is really focus on the layout owner talking about their layout, having the knowledge that you've seen the layout tour before you come to that conversation. So one of the things we've actually did, and we did this before, is we found a number of the layout owners brought pictures in and talked about the scenes on their layout. So John, why don't you talk a little bit again about this, because you've done a lot of these with the layout owners. But I think it's almost a more exciting way to see a layout than physically going there and just standing for 15 or 20 minutes in a room, not being able to talk to the owner. So John, your thoughts?
Well, it's ironic because when I did these layout tours in the first place, I had no idea it would end up being used this way. But when the the PCR people that I know came to me and said, hey, we'd like to be able to use these for our convention because it's going to be virtual, I thought, well, what better use of them than that, right? I mean, it wasn't made for that express reason, but these are professional. Well, I don't want to sound like I'm tooting my own horn here, Phil, but these are professionally produced layout tours. And I take a lot of pride in the fact that I use additional lighting and professional equipment to give them a professional look where you can actually see and hear everything. I think that's really cool. And the best thing about it, and I think you touched on this, is that you don't have to take time out and miss clinics in order to go see the layout tours. You can see all the layout tours, all 30 or 40 or whatever it is of these layout tours without having to miss a single clinic. We should probably talk about missing clinics later too, Phil, at some point. I have a couple things I want to mention before we're done here.
Yep.
Yeah, so you can ask the layout owner specific questions. So if you've seen a layout in, model railroader or railroad model craftsman, or whatever your favorite magazine print publication is, and they happen to be on our layout tour list, there's a good chance that you'll get a chance to talk to that person and ask them specific questions of your own.
Right. Well, and these are 4, I put these up, John, these are 4 of the layouts. There are ones that many of you will recognize from, there are literally hundreds of articles about the layouts that'll be on the tour. A number of them are built by MMRs. I would argue they're the best of the West. So these are 4 specifically, if you haven't seen them, that are amazing layouts and opportunities, again, to really talk to the layout owners and really understand, what was their philosophy, why did they build it, ask them questions. And by the way, on layouts, if you have a great layout that you'd like to be featured, I mean, this is not a limitation. We'd love to expand it. So please contact. One of the things about doing a small word virtual big word convention is that, in fact, it is global. it's not a bus trip ride to where a layout is. Layout can be anywhere. And I think this is an important part of our hobby going forward in terms of layout. So the content's going to be amazing, but as John talked about before, the real opportunity here is to be social. So the convention will be about 70 hours long. It's going to be 5 days. It'll be open about 14 hours a day. If you think about that, that's thousands of opportunities. There's an hour and a half breaks at lunch and dinner. We're going to have lots of folks who are talking about sponsoring specific birds of a feather and breakouts in those breakout rooms at lunch and dinner every day. So incredible opportunity, but it's really an opportunity to make it your convention. And I mean, a lot of us have found through the last year that it's actually easier to meet people sometimes for the first time virtually. And this is your opportunity to go to a convention and really be there. And John, go back to your comments earlier about social. How do you feel about replicating that social environment in the convention, or do you think we'll be able to accomplish it?
Well, I already know that we can, because we did for the Sugar Pine Centennial, which was the PCR's, annual convention that we did back in April. Yeah, I mean, or was it March? I don't remember. It was not
April.
It was a lot of work, and I was like, time kind of gets lost on me. But we did, and the feedback we got.
The survey, exactly.
From
80% of the survey respondents said that the social was the best part for them of the event. It was amazing in that event, smaller number of people, hundreds versus the large number we're going to have at the national convention. What we saw was, when the regular sessions, the clinics closed, all of a sudden breakouts would fill up, people would come in, have discussions. So I think don't think about this as equivalent to what you would do, on a YouTube video. This is a much more, I think, social opportunity, an opportunity to interact. And finally, it's a great value. And, it's all available for only $50.
Yeah, but you just overcharged them, Phil.
And so the point here that's really, really important is that this is an opportunity to do something very, very different. And $50 is not a huge amount of money. If I think about what I spent in the last month on modeling equipment versus the knowledge and interaction I would get in an event. And there's more, because it's not just about $50. It's more important. There are no airplanes involved.
Yeah, who wants to do that?
And for me, that's a huge bonus. And by the way, it's a huge bonus because if you stop and think about it, of the 20,000 plus members of the NMRA and the thousands more model railroaders, only about 1,000, a little bit more, come to a national convention. This is an opportunity for every model railroader to come to a national convention. You don't have to get on an airplane. You don't have to drive. You don't have to pay for a hotel. In fact, this is the most incredible bargain in model railroading today. Because you think about it, if you wanted once in a lifetime to go to a national convention, most national conventions are cost you a couple $1,000s by the time you add up all the things you spend. For only $50, you can go to a national convention. So for those of you that are listening and saying, wow, I don't know why I would do that, this is a great opportunity to actually participate in a convention and figure out if it's something you want to do in the future. So with that, I think we can close. John, any comments on bargain? It's just, I think it's such a great deal. I know I went to Salt Lake and I went back and I added up what I spent to get to Salt Lake and back. And it actually cost me almost $2,000 to go to Salt Lake and back. And that was from California.
Did you drive?
So, no, I actually flew.
Oh, did you? Yeah.
I flew. Long drive.
I was going to say, I like how you put the question mark down here by alcohol, because
that's truly a personal factor. So last point is, guys, just register now. We'll put the registration link in the chat. Register, best $50 you'll spend. And I think the content will be amazing. But I think what you're going to find is you'll make more friends at this convention in model railroading than you have in years. So with that, I think we'll close and take questions.
Yeah. You know what's going to happen? what's going to happen is there are going to be so many people who made friends at the virtual convention that they're going to see them next year in St. Louis and the following year in Texas, and they're going to be meeting them for the first time, the second time, if you know what I mean.
Exactly.
I think it's awesome.
So,
All right.
John, any questions or comments from you or others on the call?
I've been monitoring both the Facebook feed and the YouTube. We do have some questions, and I've got some too. And first of all, I'm always excited and up for a convention. I recognize the number of the names there of the presenters. There's some people, as you said, that are sort of pseudo celebrities, right, in our little corner of the world. That'll be a great chance to hear from them. One thing I didn't hear, if as a registrant, will I have access to this content and the recordings to watch that later or afterwards or asynchronous? What's the deal there?
I mentioned that earlier as one of the things that I wanted to bring up. The plan right now is to have all the content except, see, there has to be a carrot for people to join up and go. Yeah, except for the Q&As, it's all going to be recorded and available to the registrants for 2 weeks. So you'll have 2 weeks to watch all of it. You don't even have to pick, necessarily which clinic you want to go to at 12 o'clock on Tuesday because you want to watch both of them. You can watch the one you want to watch now and then pick up the other one on the replay later. So, okay. Which is
kind of the decision on the Q&A was, because there's going to be a lot of those going on simultaneously, was trying to record them. Plus, quite frankly, there was a little bit of what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. Yeah. So felt like that when things are being recorded and are going to be on video for the rest of your life, you're a lot more careful. So the Q&A sessions will not be recorded, but the clinics themselves will be, and the clinics will be, very high quality. And what happens longer term, who knows? But everybody who attends will get 2 weeks to be able to watch any of the clinics that they want to watch.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I can appreciate where you guys have been and sort of wrestling with this and making all these decisions. I'm in this business as a professional, delivering content and seminars and conventions. You're always trying to get this right balance of opening up the access to the world, but also having something magical, experiential happen in the breakout rooms. So I love the way that you're experimenting with that and trying that out and try to get something that works really well.
And we were really amazed at the Sugar Pine where we did this, and also we did this with breakouts at for those people who are at the OPSIG in January. It's kind of where we started with this idea of, it's really the idea of how do you make smaller groups so people talk. The problem is when you have 30 people on a Zoom, it's really easy to be a video tourist. There's a white paper on my website of my company talking about how video use. The third one's called the video tourist. And the idea is you're a meeting tourist and you just show up at the meeting and you really don't do anything. You don't participate. That's easy when there are 30 people in the room. When you have 4 or 5 people, it's a lot easier to participate. It's a lot easier to talk if you don't think that 30 people are listening to you versus. So one of the things we're trying to do is get those smaller groups. And it turns out that we have that interest level in model railroading. There are a lot of people that are interested about a topic. So, one of the things I think is very exciting is if register for the convention, if you're interested in, having a Pennsylvania room and having a breakout at lunch a couple of days or at dinner about things on the Pennsylvania Railroad, that's absolutely what we want to have. Or, if a division wants to, a division or a region wants to have a room and, do some things, it's really an opportunity for us all to be social and interact. And do it in a way that you interact based on what you're interested in. We're probably going to try to do some things on some social software as well, but that's kind of still TBD. But the content and everything, it's really an opportunity that's well worth taking, I think, for everyone.
I know I've been to some professional conventions, and I've even delivered some where we've this breakout room thing has really become a really, I tend to be sort of introverted and I don't want to get into those small group settings anyway, but a lot of the value really does come, even if you're forced into them sometimes. Hang out with your buds. You won't have that problem with strangers, I don't think. A couple of questions. Are the breadth of clinics, are they mostly all going to be kind of sort of presentation style, or do we have some more demonstrations or any hands-on kind of things? How do you do that?
There is some hands-on stuff. As a matter of fact, I'm working right now with Pete Steinmetz, which I'm sure a lot of people watching know him because I'm sure he's been on NMRAx as well,
Yeah.
about a weathering clinic that he's
Yeah.
in the process of recording. That will be part of it. And also, I mentioned a little while ago, Mark Jewett, MMR. It's a presentation, but he shows how to fit stuff into, like fitting speakers into models and other components like Keep Alives and that kind of thing. So yeah, there is a mix of both. There's some historical stuff, presentations about history. There's a lot of presentations about how to set up for operations, how to structure your operations, how to use JMRI, both in and out of the context of operations. There's a pretty big variety of stuff that's being put on.
What's the maximum capacity of these sort of breakout rooms?
Yeah, Phil would know that.
Yeah, so the maximum, so it turns out the maximum capacity is something we can scale pretty quickly. We're scaling for 1,000 attendees today. So we'll be able to have 1,000 people simultaneously, have 100 rooms. So, you can break people up and you can kind of see how that breaks up in terms of numbers. If we need to, we can grow that in terms of the number of people. And it actually brings up the really interesting discussion that's not even about this convention, it's about future conventions, which is, so I'm the superintendent in the Coast Division, and we've been doing virtual meetups every other week for a year, and it's become a different way of engaging with the NMRA and the hobby, quite frankly, for a lot of people. We started a committee to talk about return to normal. What are we going to do going back to physical? We're in California, so all sorts of interesting rules and regulations. What was really interesting, the minute we started talking about physical events, there was a mass outcry of, oh yes, we want physical events, but we don't want to stop being virtual.
Yeah.
And I think, as a hobby, and especially around the national convention, one of the conversations we need to begin to have is, how can we create a hybrid? There's a huge, in the industry I'm in, telecom, communications, there's a huge discussion about hybrid work. How do you have half the people in the office and half the people working remotely and create an engaging work experience for both of them where everybody's is essentially equal? I think that's a really interesting question for us as a hobby, which is, as you look forward to future national conventions, should they be hybrid? Should there be an experience like this that you can get for a relatively smaller cost, especially because you eliminate the travel and all that stuff? You may not get all the experience, but you get a chunk of it. And I think, think about it. If I live on the West Coast, I may not be able to go to a convention on the East Coast, but I may be able to go to the West Coast. So now I can go to every convention, one physically and one virtually. So I think one of the things we're hoping is that the learning we can get out of this convention, having to do this one the way we're doing it virtually, can be applied as we think about future conventions about how we better engage as well.
Yeah, got it. Hey, I'll pass this a note because I see this coming up on the chat, and I'm trying to monitor my two screens as we go. But it does look like a few people have chimed in about the 2 weeks to watch the clinics as not being a very long time. One person said it's not enough. I don't know if you've heard that feedback from anybody else. It scared me a little bit when I heard that too, just because I always seem to have in the last year, a big backlog of stuff that I need to watch.
I could answer that with a question of my own. How long do you get at a real convention to go back and watch the content?
I think the pushback is, this is really different. And I think we've all experienced this. One of the advantages, I think, when you do something in person is that in your mind, you dedicate that time in a really different way, right? When I'm in an NMRA National, I'm 80% at trains and 20% trying to manage my life, the rest of the life, right? So I think it just is hard sometimes for people. I get your point. You sort of make everything available forever, then I kind of never get to it.
Right.
So anyone who had that feedback, just send me an email. It's pedholm@pkconsulting.com. And if you'll sign up for 4 weeks, I'll go make the case we should do 4 weeks. If that's the one thing that's keeping you from registering, is it's only 2 weeks.
Well, I'm surprised. Why wouldn't some of this information then maybe go onto the NMRA YouTube channel or something like that afterwards?
It may at some point in the future. So the way. By the way, the way I look at this is really simple. It's no different than any other content, right? It starts in the movie theater, and you pay $7 to go sit in a seat and watch it. Then it goes on pay TV. Right. So the first is you go and you sit there for the hour and you meet the clinician, and that's the real live experience, like
Right.
the theater. Then you've got 2 weeks where you can watch it in pay TV. And then at some point it may go in syndication and be available as Lucy, in the future. So it's really a staging. I think, and I think the NMRA needs to think about the content we generate from events like that in that way, that it's curated over time based on a value train. And there are lots of people who do this professionally. I don't do it. That's not what I do, but they clearly know how to manage it. So
You know what I want to know, Phil? I want to know where you went and saw a movie for $7.
it's a long time ago. I was much younger at the time.
Right. It was a youthful indiscretion.
Well,
right?
the only time you get that is you have to go to the matinees, and it can't be a recent run movie. It's got to be something that's basically a foreign movie, probably with subtitles.
Yeah. Let me ask you, because I'm an NMRA region president, so I'm in the business of, along with all of my board, of selling attendance, right, at conventions, drumming up enthusiasm, just as you guys are doing, and I'm a convert, so you don't have to sell me. But are you getting pushback? I'm sure there must be a lot of discussion about the $49 compared to just because in life we have so much opportunity to see so much stuff online for free. I mean,
and I think I think that is the difference right there. You absolutely hit the point. Whenever anybody says pushback, says there's so much content online for free. If it was just about content, then I think you'd have. But that's not why you go to a convention. I mean, in other words, nobody went to a convention to say, I'm going to fly across the country, spend $2,000 to go see Bob do a clinic. You went there because of the whole environment. And it turns out the majority of the environment is actually the people in the interactions. And, and to my mind, that's why the $50 makes sense, is to support that interaction, building that environment, paying for the technology, paying for all the things that needed to go into making that happen. And it really, if you stop and think about it, compared to other things we spend money on in modeling, it's really not a lot of money.
I think, like I said, you don't have to convince me, but I know
I agree, and I love to convince folks. Because it's my first reaction when I first heard it, I thought, wow, this is going to kind of be hard. As I've thought about it, I really thought about myself. I thought, well, this you can't think about this as $50. You got to think about the other side. I'm not buying an airplane ticket. I'm not spending 6 days in a hotel at $150, $160 a night. I'm not buying hotel food or walking to a Subway. I'm, all those things. And the other thing that's really important is, if you're 50 years old and working, you can't go to a national convention. You can't take a week out of your life and a week away from your work and your family to go spend on your model railroading. But for $50, you can spend 5 days, including, on the Saturday, immersing yourself in the national convention. Something if you're unless you're retired. If you look at national conventions, almost everybody's retired. Why? Because a week out of your life when you're working and you've got family and those commitments is hard to ask. But if you don't have to travel, it's a great opportunity. So, what I tell everybody is, rather than worrying about the $50, worry about the missed opportunity to come do something you probably won't get to do for 10 or 15 years. So
like what I'm hearing is that you guys are investing time and energy into making the content super high quality.
Absolutely.
In terms of production quality. And then what I'm really paying my money for is a chance to hang out in these breakout rooms and to make connections like I would if I got on the airplane went to.
Right. Well, the Zoom webinars and all that cost money too. So there are expenses incurred.
There are a lot of expenses too.
Yeah,
And by the way, the convention, so just to sure everybody understands.
Right. I didn't hear what you said, John.
Yeah, sorry.
I mean, of course there are expenses involved. The NMRAx team here has been working for a year or so now, trying to figure out how to deliver good
The other thing too is
there's been a lot of expenses associated with that as well.
Yep. And the convention actually has expenses that were marketing expenses for advertisements and stuff, as a national convention that ran before. So there are a set of expenses that were there. So it is, and it's not a matter of just on the value side. There are costs on the cost side as well that need to be covered. So, again, but I think to my mind, it's like that's not even worth worrying about. Every time I say micro market, it costs me more than $50. I'm really serious. I think about. I bought the Univation, the sander, and that was a $300 purchase. So I figure my skill level for $50 will increase immeasurably more than any tool I could buy for $50. So good point. That's really kind of the perspective, and to me, it's just the exciting thing of being able to go to a national convention.
Yeah.
If you really are not going to be able to, either financially or the time commitment. And
there is something else that I want to mention that we didn't really touch on, but I think it's important. And I think this is something that Gordy's very well aware of, because I've talked to him about it as well. And that is, Gordy Robinson, what other Gordy is there, right? Is that there are a lot of people that are kind of stuck in the middle of nowhere. And they can't come for either mobility issues, or they can't afford to come to a real convention, or whatever the reason. Maybe they're working people like you're talking about, Phil, then you can't take a week off because it costs you even more money because you have to take a week off of work. And being able to do this is actually enabling those people and expanding the hobby for a lot of people, including the social interactions that they normally wouldn't get if not for something like this. So that's something that I'm actually pretty proud of, because one of the things I've focused on is making the hobby more accessible to people. And that's something that we're doing kind of not like the stated intention, but it's a huge side benefit, if you will.
Well, and I think it's also, it's for the NMRA also. So for a lot of folks that said, I don't really know if I want to join the NMRA, this is a chance to join and go to the national convention,
right?
Or not join, go to the national convention, see what it's about. Because I think, people don't understand the NMRA is really all about those interactions and the learnings and that. So anyway, that's us. We're excited about it. We think it's going to be a lot of fun. We think it's going to be a great place to spend 5 days in July, right after the 4th.
You can count me in, and I'll do my best to ensure that others from the tribe here in the East Coast are paying attention and working this in. I'm going to save this chat because I do keep seeing things popping up about the 2 weeks. It's the 2 weeks, guys. I think members who come,
I got to tell you,
that clinic data for longer than 2 weeks.
We will definitely take that feedback back strongly. And if you got the chat, send it. In fact, if you copy the chat, send it to me. I would love to have that. As people say, you want to be customer focused. The reality is, from the convention perspective, all the attendees, everybody who comes, are the customers of the convention. If that's a critical factor, then I think it's something we will go and bring to adjust. I'm more than willing to go fight for that if that makes sense, because as coming to the convention, it really is the content's going to be really good. I know I've recorded a bunch of them, and I'm very excited about them. In fact, I'm recording one tomorrow on airbrushes, and I'm really excited for that, to learn some new airbrushing techniques. So
excellent.
Yeah, can I?
We're just about out of time here, so I appreciate that. We're gonna.
Can I say just 2 more things before we go? One is, and I don't know that we've talked about this, I think Phil kind of alluded to it, but not directly. You do not have to be an NMRA member to come. That's, I think, is important. So if somebody wants to come, maybe they're thinking about joining the NMRA. I can practically guarantee that if you come to the virtual convention and you're not already a member, you will want to be one when you're done with the convention. I'm almost
Exactly.
99% positive for most people. I mean, there's going to be some people that are just negative. They won't, but that's okay. Most of the other people will want to. And one other thing I want to mention is we didn't talk about this at all, is that, and it may be kind of a tangent, but I think it's important to mention, is that the best way to attend is on a computer, because the Zoom platform has some limitations on tablets and phones that make it very unfriendly for people trying to get around on those. So if you're on a computer, that would be absolutely the best way. And we highly recommend that, because otherwise you won't get what you want out of it, most likely. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
John, Phil, we appreciate your time and your enthusiasm. We'll talk again soon.
Thanks
Thank you very
again,
much.
and check the chat. The link is in the chat for the registration.
Okay, super.
Thanks
Thanks,
much,
guys.
John.
Welcome back, everybody. So our next clinician's interest is in model railroading, which includes 1930s Appalachian settings reflected in both HON3 and ON30 home layouts, and Maine 2-foot railroad in HON30 as part of the Great Lakes Modular Group. The model examples shown in this clinics are part of those projects and built and finished over the past 20 years. So I would like to present our next clinician, Mr. Sam Swanson.
Yeah, welcome to this clinic on finishing models. Yeah, we'll go through a variety of examples to really show ways to paint and weather a variety of structures, rolling stock, locomotives. We'll mainly look at painting with acrylics, brush painting. It used a variety of inexpensive craft acrylics, but certainly you can use these same techniques if you use, say, high-end paints like Vallejo, others. We'll look at some specialty type finishes. Finishing black is one of those items that gives some folks trouble. So we'll look at being able to finish those in maybe reflecting some corroded areas, in addition to being able to highlight a lot of those details that you'll commonly see on locomotives and other models that are mostly black. We'll also look at weathering wood with structures that are built actually from wood, whether they be basswood or laser cut. That segment of this clinic was really in response to the earliest form of this, which focused on a lot of plastic model and how to finish them mainly to look like wood. So we will start out with working with styrene and get that out of the way so that we could talk about wood and some other models. Let's start out with this example. This is a sand house and a handcar shed that was part of the Arcade and Attica short line in New York. It was published in Model Railroader in the mid-70s or so as a profile on the short line. And once I'd scaled up the plans for use on my ON30 layout, I'd realized that I had some evergreen styrene that very closely simulated the novelty siding on this structure. So I had not used styrene to model a predominantly wood frame structure before, so I wanted to try that. I knew I really didn't have the skills to really completely build the structure in styrene. So the person door, the framing, the corner framing, that's all basswood. And a lot of my models, I freely mix basswood and styrene. So if you're going to start out a technique, this is what I recommend. And for folks who don't want to practice before they just start building their model, what I recommend then is if you're going to try a new technique like modeling wood with styrene, then at least work on the back of the structure, the portion that's towards your backdrop or the least visible. But this is an example of really developing that technique so you could work it out on the model. And that was starting with raw styrene. And that's the one thing about working with styrene rather than wood is it's almost too perfect. So using either a soldering brush or in combination with a hobby knife blade, adding just imperfections, wood grain and such before the prime coat goes on. That's what you see in the tan coat. You can see it's streaky too. Didn't want it to be uniform, had some of the white show through, so it really emulated a sheet of, say, northeastern basswood siding, milled siding. In this case, this model was built maybe 17 years ago or so, and so that's when I still used Floquil. It was available. Now there are some spray paints that you could use to roughly approximate the tan color of raw wood. Both Rust-Oleum and Krylon make camouflage series of paints. They have a sand color that's just a nice light tan. But after that was dry, then I went and washed it with just an acrylic, thinned acrylic black. You could use India ink, it would adhere, The most important thing when priming styrene is to make sure that you're using a solvent-based paint, whether you airbrush it or use a rattle can. And then the third step was then painting with, in this case, Liquitex tube acrylic. It's the thickest of all the acrylics. The aspect that people don't really like about tube acrylics is they're too thick and they have brush marks. Well, if you use a brush that's maybe only 2 or 3 board widths, and you always brush across where the grain will be, then if you do leave any brush marks, they really look like wood grain. And then the final step to tie everything together for this model was then adding another thin acrylic black wash. Again, if you prefer Indian ink and rubbing alcohol, that would work as well. So then that was the basis for finishing the sides before the model was put together. So you can see the entire siding here is just one big sheet of evergreen styrene. Up top, I did have to splice, but if you look at, and hopefully you'll concur, that all of this one sheet looks very similar then to how the doors, the person door and the rest of the trim and the wood over here were modeled with basswood. Now you can really selectively then apply paint or black stain to weather some of the individual boards. The other aspect, as far as peeling paint, you can use a little bit of rubbing alcohol and just saturate a board, let it sit for 2, 3, 4 minutes, and then lightly scrape with your hobby knife blade. And that's why it's important then to have a solvent-based paint as the primer, so that you don't soften it all the way up to the raw styrene. The other thing with styrene, it takes nail holes well. You can see these rows of nail holes that somewhat complement the strong horizontal lines of the structure, and they were just put in with a needle and a pin vise and a straight edge that was taped down, and they take very well. All right, so moving over to the hand car shed. Those barn type doors, hanging doors, they were modeled with basswood as well, as was the floor. But the sides, you can see just into the interior here, that's scribe styrene, and then the studs were basswood. So in this case, the interior siding was just primed and then stained with the diluted black acrylic, and so were the basswood components. They were yellow glued together. Now, many of the roof panels that I use, even if I do scratch build a structure out of basswood, I tend to use styrene for the roof panels, just because you're going to cover them anyway with shingles or tar paper, and then you get just that little bit showing that it looks like individual boards. In this case, for the hand car shed, because the outside is covered with tar paper or insel brick, and insel brick was just a molded asphaltic type shingle, sometimes stone, sometimes brickwork. This was supposed to look like brickwork. The modeling was just adequate here, but it was darker and it added a contrast, and that's really what the prototype had as well, these square pieces of tar paper and the different sizes of tar paper on the rest of the structure. So as far as really modeling the shingles and the tar paper, they're just paper, notebook paper for the tar paper. If you get the most inexpensive flat black that you can buy in a spray can and just spray one side, let it dry overnight, then you can flip it over and use the blue ruled lines for any thickness that you want in HO, O, or whatever scale you model. As far as specialty shingles, there's gaming paper out there that you can download from the internet, hex paper, some people call it. You just spray the side that you haven't printed out, then you can use the hex side to cut out your shingles. And someone asked in a previous version of this clinic, can I cut it out with my Cricut? If you have a modern cut, a modern device that cuts out, sure you can. So it's a really quick way then to be able to do roof coverings. So you see there's difference in color between the shingles and the various versions of tar paper, whether they be the original pieces or patches. And that was just a really light wash. And we'll talk about really wash strength and really the next segment. But just a thin brown wash put over the shingles after they were installed with Elmer's Carpenter's yellow glue just changes the coloring just enough. And then to bring out the detail, or at least the shape of the hex, the edges of the patch, and each individual piece of tar paper along its edges and between seams, just a little bit of tan was used to dry brush to bring those out. The other aspect is that when you tend to use a tan rather than white, it makes the flat black, a little bit more gray, a more warm gray. And we'll touch on different variations of that in just a little bit. Okay, so for many years, you've heard folks say India ink into rubbing alcohol, and then it really ties things together, or it shadows. And so this is really an example of that. This is a Mans Creek hopper, 30-ton hopper from West Virginia short line. And so their hoppers were all wood construction and unpainted. But when you look at them in photos, they look like they were painted black just because of all the coal dust over the years. So this is just a cast urethane model with some basswood supports. So you can see just the difference in applying a wash of acrylic black. And folks often ask, how strong should it be? Well, if you just mix up some, a dab, a brush, and then put out a certain amount in an eyedropper, then you'll get a certain understanding of how much it takes. But you could always add more. So what I recommend is you start off with a weak wash, add a lot of water, and then see how it dries, and then just add a little bit more. So that's the best way to highlight and add shadows, and in this case, really impart a weathered model in just one wash, and then several selective washes. So you can see, say, the central board along here, it's a little bit darker. So just a selective wash was put on that board to make it look like it's weathered a little bit more. Something that may be overlooked many times are these small acrylic paint sets. They're usually in the same area where craft paints are sold, and many times they have themes. This one was an autumn theme where they had a lot of oranges, dark browns, and that sort of thing, perfect for rust. So a lot of times what I try to do is vary up the types of paints and just add those as really the last step, the detailing step. The other aspect is if you do have rolling stock that has loads that create dust like coal, consider using chalks or some of the powders, the commercial powders that are available, to really vary those up. The other thing is if you do have a coal load and you have a hopper where areas could accumulate, you can just paint those with diluted white glue. Elmer's Glue All would be an example, and then sprinkle some of this crushed material onto that area to make it look like there's some accumulation. And it dries flat, so it works out real well to use these type of finishing techniques to really detail some of these models. All right, we'll start moving into painting items black. So this is a bent for an HON 30. It's a trestle. It's a microengineering model that was just supplemented. Instead of using the braces that came with the kit, it just used brass tie wires that were made out of brass and S-scale turnbuckles just to get them proportional. And so this model, after it was assembled, this bent was spray painted flat black, the same flat black that you saw on the paper for the tar paper. Then it was dry brushed with tan, and then it was really painted with water, and these acrylics then were dabbed on to get this mottled runny type effect. And depending on how strong the acrylic was, then you could see some of the dots. And the acrylic used here was dark browns like burnt umber, dark reddish browns like burnt sienna, and then just sometimes cut with an intermediate orange. So this is the tan color, and actually this is the latex. I just buy it by the gallon. It's what I seal the pink and blue foam surfaces on the various layout module projects. But you can find in the inexpensive craft acrylics an intermediate tan. And again, I really like the tan as opposed to, say, white, because it actually adds a much more gray effect. So you can see this entire bent has been dry brushed, and this was before it was really washed with acrylics to make it look corroded. And it really does bring out the rivet detail, the scissor detail, and the turnbuckles. So the contrast between just painted flat black here on the left with really extremely dry brush tan on the right just shows you that contrast. It's also a forgiving technique as well. So if you add a little bit too much paint in the dry brushing step, you can just then go over it with a acrylic black wash to bring it back into a more darker color or even a grayish color. So you can go back and forth between dry brushing and washing on items that are painted black to get the not only color balance, the gray balance, but to make sure that you haven't obscured any detail or highlighted the detail that you really feel is important for that model. Same thing with the locomotive here. And that, by the way, that's the finished hopper then that we had looked at. And you see that was just done really with those washes and then a few acrylic paints to simulate rust, older rust, which is more brown than orange. So the same sort of washing technique after this was sprayed flat black. I'm not sure if it was the same flat black that we've seen to this point. It may have been a custom mix that I'd airbrushed, but same sort of thing where the entire surface was really painted with water. And I should say it's wet water. Water, usually I use 1 drop of liquid soap, whether it be what you wash your dishes with or the antibacterial hand soap, to about 2 ounces of water, and that makes it then flow smoothly. But many times just painting it with water and then going over with a thin wash that spreads out, and then selectively adding the same acrylics over, over the these surfaces. All right, so this was a multimedia model. A variety of different items were used, and really in this sort of technique where you prime and then paint and then use acrylics, really doesn't matter what you use. So it was quite a variety from different types of styrene, brass, basswood, and then this was a Bachmann Forney that was cut apart to make this 040. The one thing about this model ended up black, but I still tend to prime as I go with a lighter color, and that's important because when you prime with a darker color, you can't see all the construction. And so I really feel that either tans or grays are the best primers to use, even if your model is eventually going to end up black. And that way you can really see the alignments for these bands that were made with cardstock, or the rivets that were made with rivet decals, or just plain graph paper that were made for the stack patches. And sometimes a lot of the work is already done for you with models that are black. This kit bash resulted in the can motor sticking out into the cab, so I had to hide that some way. Grantline, now San Juan, makes a Porter backhead detail kit, and it's mostly molded in black plastic. You can see where I'd added some brass wire and and I must have lost the gray piece there, and then the red handles for the various valve operators. So in this case, it really didn't have to paint anything black because most of it was there. It just actually brush painted this with dull coat and then used the same acrylic washes then to lighten it. You can see it was more of a black brown near the back side, and then the front side, much redder color. A little bit of burnt sienna was put in there as that wash. Everything then was dry brushed as well. So you can see the edges, the tan. And what you want to do is when you have an item that's in the cab or shadowed, you want to paint it slightly lighter than you normally would. And that way you won't obscure any of the detail. Even though this cab really has 3 windows and the entire backside open, you really want to paint it a little bit lighter so the details show up. Now, as far as the pressure gauge, that's the only place with a little bit of a gloss. And that was just a pressure gauge that was reduced photocopied down from a photograph. So it's just a piece of paper that was glued in there. A little bit of brass paint was used then along the edge, and then it just painted over the piece of paper with Tester's gloss coat to make it look like it was under glass. All right, so we'll go through a series of examples in maybe a stepwise procedure that you may want to use. Again, these were done. In fact, all the models that you see in this photo are all part of one module, and it was really an experiment to see if these craft paints could really hold up. This was about the time that Floatwool, Polyscale, my favorite paints, were becoming hard to find. And at some conventions, I saw people actually demonstrating using these paints that I kind of pushed off and said, hey, if they're only 44 cents each, they can't be that good for 2 ounces. So, but they are, whether you get the small potted paints or the 2-ounce squeeze bottles. The several manufacturers, I believe they're probably made by the same manufacturer, even though they have a bunch of different names. If they are not listed, then they dry flat. If they have glitter, or they're satin, or they're gloss, like the one on the left, they're labeled. So just assume then that any of these craft acrylics that don't really have any designation are ones that that dry flat. So this technique really just several parts, but it starts really with spray painting, priming a lighter color. If it's a wood structure that's going to be much like that sandhouse that we looked at initially, you go ahead and use the flat type tan colors like the Rust-Oleum sand, and their flat, ultra flat camouflage line. For many years, I used to use this gray because it was a cheap discount store variety, and that's really what you want, is a primer that is very thin. Stay away from, say, auto body primer, the thick build, the 2-timed coverage, all of those other ones, because they'll obscure your detail. And if you do happen to have those only available, just very lightly then spray your model as not to obscure it. So these are the steps, starting with priming there on the left, and really just a quick coat, and then lay down your base color, in this case kind of a cream color, and then you want to wash or stain it with a very light, light meaning a very weak coat. But if you look at, say, for instance, just the door, just adding a brown wash, in this case, brings out all that door detail, whether it be the horizontal braces or the vertical lines between the individual boards. And then you want to dry brush, and dry brush is usually just putting a little bit of lighter colored paint. Many times it's the same color as the base coat, but that's really to accent some of the areas on the model where the light would hit. Since our models are too small to really cast their own shadows, this washing and dry brushing accentuates those shadows to really bring some life to the model. So we'll look at a variety of different examples, and these were chosen again to emphasize that it really doesn't matter what you build your models out of if you use this type of finishing technique. So these were put together. Some of them were pre-painted, various types of basswood, grant line castings, cast urethane, metal, laser cut wood. the entire gamut, because it really doesn't matter what you make your models out of if you're going to prime them. And again, I want to emphasize a lighter color prime, because this is the time that you really should inspect your model to make sure that everything's aligned, that you don't have any gaps, that you're really happy with the construction. Because at this point, then fix it. All right. If there is a gap or if there is unsightly aspect that's going to bother you later on, fix it now, then reprime it, and then move on to the finishing step. Because there's nothing really worse than get halfway through finishing, painting, weathering, and then have to go reconstruct. And believe me, it's really hard to match sometimes when you go back and have to do one side where the other three are finished. So that, and a lighter color prime really helps you see all the details rather than something that's really dark. And the first step then is the base coating. And what I try to do, particularly on structures, is to use a square brush that's really not that wide, but you can do 2 or 3 boards at a time. Sorry about that. 2 or 3 boards at a time. What I also like to do is vary up the base coat. Just never do it monochromatic. So you can see that in this white, a little bit of tan here, and then a little bit of tan to vary the green. And I purposely do that just so there's a little bit of variation from board to board or surface to surface. In this case, there's board and batten, there's shiplap siding and shingles. It's probably not realistic, but for most prototypes, but again, this was just to really show. And then be sure to paint along the wood grain in each case, either vertical or horizontal, or vertical again. And then I tend to work on a piece of glass, a 5x7 piece of glass, and 3x5s, and they work really well. They clean up quite easily. And so a lot of the paint, mixing of paint, washing, real convenient to use. All right, so this is that variation of gray. These would be unpainted structures, and using tan, that same tan that was used to dry brush those, the black bent, the black painted bent, and the tar paper. And it really just matters how much black you put into your gray or into your tan to get a certain gray. We see just a lighter here, darker here, and you can certainly vary as you go, dipping your brush in and making some of the boards individually. So the base coat doesn't have to be a uniform color. It can be varied by surface. All right, and then we go into the washing, where we just make up a thin wash, and you can see the variation of strength. The black is a much weaker wash, a lot more water used as opposed to the darker brown. And there's really 2 purposes for that. So the black wash here, we're just really trying to accent those deep areas. So you can see that there's individual boards. You can see the diagonals of the door. Again, just enough wash to really shadow those. Not make the structure look dirty, but just just accent some of those shadows that you would see on a real building. And if you overdo it, we can always go back and dry brush out the mistakes, or you can actually take a bigger brush that's been dampened, not saturated, with rubbing alcohol, and you could just quickly go on it and wipe off some of the washes. So washes impart shadows, but you can also add color as well. So you can see how this initially gray structure with a dark brown wash then starts to take on a brown color as well. So it all depends on the strength of the wash that you're applying. And then dry brushing. So this is then taking a brush, and this was a little bit longer. It's probably about 3/16 of an inch longer, and it was cut off. But you want a wider brush, and you just want to dip just the surface into the tan, and then squeeze it out on a piece of paper, and then use a napkin or a paper towel to wipe off most of the paint. And it's good if you have it textured, and that way you can start out, and then you can go to just where there's a little bit of paint on your brush, and then you can apply it to your model. And again, it's best many times if you go diagonal one way and diagonal the other way, almost a crosshatch type way. And if you use the same type of texture on a paper towel or a napkin, that way you know how much paint you have on your brush, you can replicate it. So as you do, say, a quarter of the tank or one of the sides, you can replicate that same level of paint application all through the model. And you'll just get used to it by eye, how much to dab in, blot off, and brush off in your dry brushing technique. Okay, so this is the base color, the washing, and the dry brushing. Now we're ready to really paint the details, and that would be everything from the tank straps to the smoke jacks to hasps, handles, doorknobs, and then anything else that you want to do, such as accent the shingles, rust the roof a little bit more, and then add windows. So you can see then, in this case, most of them were done with dark browns, burnt sienna, burnt umber, just to get that old rust, which tends to be more brown than anything, and then some washes to go along with those. And then the final step was really some selective washes. So let's really look at this structure as an example. So a brown wash was used on the door, blacker washes were then used to darken it up, and it moved over to here. A little bit more dry brushing. And then once you're done with, say, these selective washes, you can see how the tank darkened up. Some of the individual boards then were selectively washed with some brown, cut with black, or just plain black, but back and forth to really detail. Many times that's a good time then along the edges if you want to demonstrate some additional weathering, some dirt, to add those selective washes. But you can go back and forth to build up any really finish that you're looking for that specific model. All right, so we'll move on to this weathered wood structure. And so this is a Ohio River and Western. It's a short line that was eventually owned by the Pensy that had a tool shed. And so this was a local Ohio model maker that had put out this limited edition kit. So let me test it out. And so they actually really well built their structures. They had a slate roof, and the foundation was really something I added. This is just a chunk of pink foam that was carved because I wanted to be more of a bank type installation. Again, because I wasn't really looking to model Ohio River and Western, but just just a general freelance for the railroad. So this was a laser cut kit that really just had four major components, and that was the four sides and the two roof panels. Now, the laser cutting for the battens were a little bit shallow. You can just barely see the hinges for these are the front doors. They were laser cut into the wood panel, and that was about how the battens were. So I had some wood left over from a previous project, so I just used, I think, HO scale 1x4s for the battens, and they were painted gray. So that's why there's the contrast. And this was just acrylic, and so you can see some of the wood grain. So this is just one sheet panel, and then the slate shingles were just laser cut cardboard, I believe. So it's really a very basic, simple kit. And then once all of the battens were put into place, then I just hand painted just a intermediate gray acrylic over it, and that included the slate shingles as well. And then went over with a hoppy knife, just a number 11 blade, and then really roughened up the surface. And you can see it right here. This is how it was painted. This is how it was roughened up. And so you can then see those kind of clear blobs on there. So this is an alternative technique to, say, rubber cement. I really have never liked rubber cement for extreme peeling paint, just because it's stringy, don't really like the smell, solvent based. But there's watercolor masking fluid. It's probably 10, 12 times more expensive. In 10 years, it'll just become a latex rubber blob in the bottle. But I think it's a much easier technique if you want to use peeling paint. So if you have an art store, try try this masking fluid, as it's called. So the other item is that if you've ever made those rubber molds from Woodland Scenics latex, I think it's the same stuff. It probably would work if you want to, try that. But it's very similar in that it goes on white, and then it dries clear, and it's very easy then to take off with just some masking tape, or you can rub it off. I tend to use the masking tape because then that doesn't really mar anything. But you just really put it over your wood, and in this case, you can see it had lightly dry brushed the wood as well to just kind of vary up the gray. All right, so then after you peel off after you paint it, then you can peel it off. So so this entire side was done by just dabbing it with a toothpick, and then a thick acrylic, not the Liquitex tube acrylic, but a thicker squeeze bottle was just applied. And this one was just really taking a brush that covered about 1/4 of an inch or so, 2 battens, and just brushing on once. And so that's why you get the really streaky effect. So I not only wanted to simulate peeling paint, paint that was faded, so I didn't want it to be really uniform. And if you can resist the urge to overwork it, if you just dip your brush and streak it on, dip your brush and streak it on, then you'll get this rather streaky effect. And you can see it doesn't where there was very heavily weathered areas or distressed areas with a hobby knife blade, it doesn't go all the way through, and we'll use that to our advantage a little bit. And then on this side, then the masking tape was just applied, rubbed over, and pulled off like a Band-Aid. So I tend not to try to rub off because sometimes it shines the areas. I've noticed that if you do rub the acrylics, or if you also overwork an area that you've used a little bit of rubbing alcohol, you want to be careful in not shining the area. All right, so then we go over with a little bit more distressing, a little bit more wood grain was added, and then with a drill bit and a pin vise, knot holes were added. Again, just drilling down a little bit, just to give it that look. Areas here, just going over it many times. And the blade that I tend to use for this distressing isn't a brand new blade, but it's not dull. It's just somewhat sharp, because the somewhat sharp ones keep the wood grain a little bit wider. Many times if you use a brand new blade, it just is too thin. And then in the same way that we looked at before, just going over with a thin wash of black. And you say, well, look at that, it's really almost too much in a way. But with going over it with just a little bit of rubbing alcohol and a wide brush, then you can continue to vary that surface. And so going back and forth between that, where it actually point stained with a lot of diluted black, and then just a little bit of sanding, and sanding many times with just a wadded up piece of 220 grit allows then some of these areas to go really down to that black. And it also then takes off some of the top stain that we'd seen on the previous one, a little bit of sanding. Then, so what we're trying to do is just different techniques on the different boards and battens, just to give them a little different look. So there's a wide variety that you can do to really individualize some of these lower areas, and then just some of these areas where the boards are really completely fading away or losing their paint. And then some of these other areas like this, just combining some of those original dots that were masked out with the masking fluid, and softening that area with just a little bit of rubbing alcohol and scraping that off. So you can see really all of those techniques combined on this side of the tool house. And so really the last step to accent anything is some dry brushing. And really this is it's the same side. Unfortunately, I think I was in a hurry and I didn't properly color balance. So it is, you can see the difference. This is a much cooler white. And so just a little bit of dry brushing, and it brings out some of the texture and the detail. You can see some of the additional wood grain. The other aspect that I try to do is along this lower area that's much more exposed, it's darker, and I do a little bit heavier dry brushing along the top, just because then it simulates the area that's a little bit more protected. And then just to touch on the slate, really all I did to finish that was just selectively added a little bit darker gray in some of these slates, and then just dry brushed different colors of gray along it to just really bring out the accents there. So essentially the slate roof held up really pretty well over the years, but the wood siding did not. And then really the last step is to really accent the nail holes. Again, some folks don't like nail holes. O-scale tend to do them all the time. HO, a lot of times skip them or just do selective ones. Again, really look sometimes to really contrast. There's some strong vertical lines in this model. I thought, well, I just do one set of a nail line in the center and one along the bottom. And then to accentuate those, just hit those with a very diluted, just in a dabbing motion with a very pointed brush in that area, not really trying to hit the nail holes, but just trying to do it along here and then where battens came together. And you say, well, that really, compared to the side where it's not been done yet, it's really just too accentuated. And this is that same technique where you overpaint and then you can go back with a smaller brush that's just dampened with rubbing alcohol and just rub off selective areas where you feel it is too much, where you've really over rusted the areas. And the other aspect sometimes you can do too, particularly if hinges and that sort of thing, you can actually bring it down to make it look like the rust streak. It's just you don't want to overdo that. So this is the finished model where you can see these are much less prevalent than the original dabbing of that, in this case, burnt umber, very dark brown color. The same thing was done then with the hinges, and those are just pieces of cardstock that once they were glued in place, pin vise was used to make it look like nail holes, and then just the lock and the hasp, which are just pieces of cardstock. But you can see the rusting technique. It was to dab on the acrylic and then just soften it with a brush with a little bit of alcohol, and then it just runs down a little bit. You can see it a little bit more down here on the lower end. And so the black area was just painted. So that'll eventually be put into a bank on the layout. All right, so with that, that really covers all the techniques that I wanted to cover in this finishing models clinic. So I hope that when you build your models, that you won't be inhibited with the materials in the structure or rolling stock or locomotive that you're trying to model, but that if you use the priming, the painting, the staining, and the dry brushing techniques, that you'll be able to impart the colors that you're looking for and then accent those details that really make the model your own. So are there questions and comments?
Sure is, Sam. Thank you very much for the presentation. Let me okay, so first question would be, I've noticed you didn't mention anything about using pan pastels, those powders, or what about those weathering mix that they sell today?
I've never purchased those. I I've been at the Midwest Narrow Gauge show with Roger, and he's done plenty of demonstrations. It's one of those things that you say, well, I'm eventually going to try it, I'm going to use it, but like so many things in my life, I haven't quite gotten around to it. But the things that I've seen, they're really, everyone who I knows uses them, really endorses them. So if you're thinking you'd like to use those, yeah, I would highly recommend them, even though personally I've not ever done weathering with them.
Okay. Another question was, how long does it take you to complete the weathering and detailing of a typical building?
Yeah, I'm a very slow worker, and many times I only work on the model when I feel like it. So it many times one step and then the next step, it could be days, sometimes weeks before I get around to it. So um, like this model, Preston Fish, that was probably done over about a 2-month period or so, and it's HO scale. So the Jordan vehicle. So um, this whole module, just to give you an idea, this whole module, it's for the Great Lakes group. It's a HO-30 module, has one siding. It's 2 feet by 4 feet. It took me 8 years to finish it. So my rate of building at least modules is 1 square foot a year.
Okay.
Yeah,
But
not fast.
but if you were to remove all the brakes, what would you say?
Yeah. Yeah. So like this model, the example right in front of us, um, it probably from construction all the way to installing it probably is 30 to 40 hours or so. But
Okay.
I know a lot of modelers who could do it probably in half that. Just a very slow modeler.
Now, when you're doing, like, I call that piece of art, it takes a while. I mean, like I'm building a covered bridge, and it's going to take me a long time, many hours. Um,
Yeah,
Go ahead.
yeah. I was going to say, I tend to think that if you model when you feel like it, that's when you really do your best modeling. And I think also if you get frustrated, that's the best time to put the model away and work on something else. Uh,
Yes.
because what you saw in this clinic are only the things that have worked out. All right. And there's probably a counterpart to the things that haven't worked out and that had to be redone. So I'd say many times don't get discouraged. Just put it aside, work on something else. And it may be weeks later that you'll realize, you'll talk to a friend that, or you'll just try something like practice on a different type of model, that it'll come to you that, all right, this is what I was looking for, and this is what I really wanted to do.
I totally agree. I think one thing we forget to do is to practice on another piece, just to make sure that you get it right. Because if you're going to go ahead without practicing, then you might really get upset at one point.
Yes.
I have a question here, which for me, it's a very good question. Extended exposure to sun UV light often causes paint to peel. How can peeling paint be simulated on these models?
So we're talking where the paint is actually curled and still adhered to the structure.
Right.
Yeah. So I have tried to do that, but not really successfully. And I'll tell you the 2 ways that I tried to do it. And one was using, there's a crackle type material that where these craft hobby paints are sold. And so it say simulates cracked type paint. And I thought maybe you could just peel those up to make it look like it was curled, but it really didn't work that well. And then using just Elmer's glue all, where you paint that on the side and then you allow it to dry, and then or just get tacky and then paint your acrylic over it. and then once it dries, it somewhat cracks. But again, really couldn't curl it as painting. So I'm really not sure, short of maybe gluing on pieces of paint that have curled. I'm not sure if you could actually, simulate that maybe in some of the really larger scales, but say HO, I just really haven't been able to simulate that completely.
Like you said, I've tried, what is it, the acrylic one, and it didn't work out properly either. You have to put thick layer, and you can only like paint only once, because if you paint a second time on it, then it kind of eliminates the flaking of it. Let me see if there was other questions. Everybody, a lot of people were saying that you explained so well that there was not many questions to ask.
Well, that makes me feel good. Try to be thorough in the discussions and try to do it at a slower pace.
I know there was discussions on nail holes, especially in HO scale, where I don't know. I know that at the end you mentioned it, but in HO scale, what would you suggest?
Well, what I've done, and I've done some models where there's certainly nail holes that are visible, but you saw the 2O scale examples here where you could see the whole row, and it was really to contrast the strong horizontal or vertical lines depending on the structure. So in HO, many times I will add them, but not completely. So I'll just selectively add them here and there. And you'll be surprised at, say, for instance, if you had a whole line where you'd have 100, and if you add 20, people kind of fill it in, and it's not overwhelming, where it looks like it's a crisscross or tic-tac-toe type pattern. So yeah, I think in HO, if you just selectively add a number of them, it's enough detail, but it's not overwhelming. So I still do add them in both scales. Probably won't stop. And, if folks are offended, they can look away.
Well, that brings us to a close. I want to thank you very much, Sam. For me, it was very interesting, and I'm sure for others too.
I'm glad to hear that.
So that's it.
Very good.
Welcome back, everybody. So our next clinician is all the way from the Spud Fields of Idaho, fresh off the Amazon delivery truck. Our next clinician has a vast collection of railroad photos. We welcome one well-known Jordan Kramer.
How's it going, everybody? Welcome to be back. I unfortunately have some technical issues, and we were looking at doing for freight cars, but unfortunately that PowerPoint has crashed, so we're going to do springtime rail fanning. So one of the last clinics we did was talking about, somebody brought up the question of what do we use to listen? And what I have here is a picture of the scanner. And the scanner is here. It is a Uniden Bearcat scanner hooked into a speaker. And you know, when you're watching, waiting for trains to come, you got to have something to listen to. And so I listen to podcasts. Next one is, you always, when it's out rail fanning, people always talk about having people there to hang out with. And the other thing is the dog. Dog's one of my best friends. We go out everywhere. And I was trying to find a picture of my friend Ryan, who's in the background, but that was the best one I could find. So we start off, and we're starting in springtime, and with the warmer weather, I've been doing a lot more night photography recently. And we start off with NS59G. This is a grain train, empty grain train from somewhere down in the southern United States, heading back up to Tipton, Indiana. This was taken around 2:30 in the morning. And one of the things you can see in this photo is, look at the lighting. When you're doing nighttime photography and when you're doing nighttime modeling, they put LED lighting in. City of Hamilton, this is in Hamilton, this is at Butler Street interlocking. They put in the LED lighting, and it really helps with photography, so you can get somewhat of a normal photo, and you don't have to have you wouldn't have to set up strobes, and you wouldn't have to set up so much equipment. Next one is a CXX Q511 Manifest. This is a new train they're starting to run. It was brought in a few months ago, and it is a Willard, Ohio to Cincinnati, Ohio Manifest. Willard, Ohio's out on near the Indiana-Ohio state line, up on what is the CXX's main line from Chicago to Baltimore, Maryland. And the locomotive leading is an SD70 Mac, I want to say, and now they've rebuilt them. They started rebuilding them. They started doing what NS had done with some of their SD70s, which was rebuild them. And behind it is a ES44 AC. And we've actually started getting a lot more of foreign power coming through recently. BNSF, UP, CN. And the other thing is look at how the roads are in this. This is something somebody could easily model. It's basically the cracks in the concrete. And look at how the railroad is basically in a median, because there's a road over on that side. Now, there is an interesting story about this. This was taken at 4:30 in the morning, same time as the other photo. And if you notice, there's a flat cars in the background. This was a military export train. Totally not what I had come out to photograph. I had actually went out to photograph a heritage unit that night. and this train was running along and making decent time. On the right behind the locomotives were two wide loads that they actually had to stop traffic when they were passing other trains. The train in this in either on double track or in a siding was having to sit because of how there was something about the load. And this is an S122, a Chattanooga, Tennessee to Decatur, Illinois manifest freight. And it's one of the ST70 ACEs that was built back in 2013, 2014 era. And in fact, later on in this presentation, I have a photo of the same locomotive, of one of these locomotives, brand new, probably 2 weeks old. But notice how there's not a lot of weeds and stuff on that right away. And notice how there's a bridge here. So they did a great, so this bridge is because of back in the 70s, Hamilton was one of these cities where there were trains everywhere. It's still somewhat the case, but there were trains everywhere. And if you're trying to get from the east side of Hamilton, which is on this side of the train, to the west side of Hamilton over here, to get to the main hospital, you would have to cross over railroad tracks. Well, unfortunately, if a train's blocking a crossing or stopped, it kind of defeats the main purpose. So they installed this underpass to where ambulances could make a straight shot to the hospital. And another thing about rail fanning, you always see the nice night photos or the nice, beautiful blue skies. But railroading's 24/7, and you can get some of the most spectacular shots if you go out when it's pouring down rain and it is windy. This was taken at 11 o'clock at night, and this was a empty ethanol train bound for out somewhere in Illinois. And this is one of the Dash 9 rebuilds that NS has been doing, bringing them up to I want to say it's an ACC 6M. And now we progress, and we're getting into that blue hour. And so what this is this is about an hour before sunrise. You get this blue hour, and you also get it at sunset. But the thing I really like about this is it's showing the clouds. If you look in the background, you can see the clouds. You can see the conditions of what the day is going to be. And this is actually a newer, even though it's looking like a manifest freight, is actually NS 215, which is a hot shot Chicago to Atlanta, Georgia intermodal train. Well, they've started adding freight to the beginning because of precision to the front of it because of precision railroading, and you drag everything else to where it's going. And the other day they ran one that was 16,000 feet. And so the other thing I can mention about Butler Street is the track curving off to the right or to the left. That is the Norfolk Southern's Newcastle district. And this is the CXX's Toledo to Cincinnati main line. All southbounds from this point, for the most part, will make the curve, CXX or NS, will make the curve and go down the single track NS main in. The northbounds all come up the CXX, and this was done around the early 2000s because in the early 2000s, they were talking about running passenger trains out of Cincinnati, and it's popped up again recently. And what they've realized was that freight trains, and since NS freight traffic was sitting and waiting to go up on the single track main line to come this way, and they were sitting and waiting upwards of 2 or 3 hours just so a train could get off the single track main line so they could bring another one up. So what they decided was NS and CXX was also having problems of capacity for southbounds. And so what they decided to do was do bidirectional running. And it's worked really well. The only time you'll see a CXX train go south on head south on the what they call the old way is when it is the train crew's about ready to run out of time, and they're going to need to have a place to park it because the CXX is double track all the way into Cincinnati. Interesting thing about the locomotive is it's one of the early Tier 4 GEVOs because it actually has the box indent instead of the little triangle shaped that the later Tier 4 units have. And so another day, foggier weather, springtime, we get those really cold nights and then the really warm mornings. And this is actually right outside of 7 Mile. It's the west end of 7 Mile. And what had happened was this is an S215 and it's about 9 o'clock in the morning. What had happened was NS is running these really long trains and they're finding out that you get a train too long and you're going to pull drawbars out of cars. And also that you have problems with air brakes and hand brakes being left on. And it tied the railroad up because they pulled a drawbar out of the car and then they found 6 handbrakes tied onto the train, tied down on the rear of the train. This is an S215 running about at this point 3 hours late at this point. And this going away shot is one of the ones that I really like because you look at it. At one point there was a siding here. This was back in the Pennsylvania days, so this line was originally Pennsylvania Railroad. It was the Richmond branch, and all passenger trains heading to Chicago out of Cincinnati on the Pennsylvania would come up this line. Next thing that happened was when Penn Central happened, they were going to get rid of this section here, and they decided that they were going to put it in. Then they couldn't do it for numerous reasons, so Conrail came in, shut the line down, and it had been shut down at this point for 4 years, and then the Norfolk and Western came and purchased the line right at the Conrail, when Conrail started up, purchased the line from the government and went about doing a total rebuild from down in Cincinnati all the way up to Newcastle, Indiana, where they jumped onto a former nickel plate branch line. And they reset. So when Penn Central stopped running trains on it, they designaled it and took out all the signals. But they left the signal poles up. So they came back and they put in nickel plate style signals. Another day, well, actually it was the same day. This is an S295. An S295 is a Chicago to Jacksonville, Florida intermodal train. And you have one of the NS Aces, the NS SD70 Aces. And what looks to be a ES44 AC in the background and a GEVO and a -9 trailing. But if you notice, Ohio in early spring is very dreary, and this was only taken even into early May. You get dreariness. But notice that they've not added manifest to it yet. They've not done that yet. But NS has said recently that they're going to be increasing train lengths to 3 miles, and also that potentially the siding at Camden and the siding at 7 Mile may be double tracked, maybe turned into one big double track section. And we have a grain train. This was I want to say it was 52R, I want to say. Weird symbol, but it was loaded grain train out of Montpelier, Indiana, heading down to um, Lyle, Tennessee. There's a big ethanol plant down there, and it's a -9 trailing with another one of those NS rebuilds at the front. They're becoming basically like the -9s were, because NS had 2,000 of them. And another interesting shot, this was NS 143. And biggest thing about this is that look at how massive the grain storage bins are compared to the train. If you're modeling Midwest, they take up a lot of space. And the other thing is you can still see where the siding ran at this point. You can see the outline. And this was taken 2 years ago, and that is a Ferromex SD70 Ace trailing, and that is a BNSF-9 taken, and this was taken in Somerville, Ohio. We knew he was coming up, we just didn't know how fast he was moving. And as I was turning the corner, because there's a road that goes down this way and down to the entrance of this graveyard, we heard the horn, and I stopped the car and took the photo. This train was NS 282. No, 283, sorry. And they abolished it they abolished it when Precision Railroading took over NS, and they created a 197, 196 combination. And that's basically taking all the traffic out of Detroit, Fort Wayne, Muncie, Cincinnati, and it goes down to Danville, Kentucky, where they send it all out to everywhere else. And even in springtime. So you would think, oh well, that's not springtime, it's summer, because they're already planted. That's winter wheat. They've not harvested yet. And I forget what they use winter wheat for, but this is right before they get ready to harvest it. And if you notice, this hopper car over here in the beginning, it's one of those interesting ones, because they've done welding work on it, and you can see where they repaired it. But it's an early morning shot. I like getting out early and doing my rail fanning. And here's a going away shot. I liked how the sky was, and actually we found out on 3 weeks ago that the grain elevator here, they've taken it down because they're no longer going to get rail service. They're shipping everything down to the Ohio River by truck. And it's unfortunate, but it's the way time goes. And this is early spring. This was, I want to say April 2nd or 3rd. But this is another shot. This would be NS 25A, a Chicago to Danville, Kentucky freight intermodal. It carried a lot of international shipping containers for the auto manufacturer down there in Georgetown, which is Toyota. And here is NS 215. Back when you got it, and this is at the west end of Camden. And if you notice, it's a SD70M-2, no longer on NS's roster, but it has a -9 trailing. And I believe he is cruising down to meet another train at that point, but we had moved on by then. So we shift our attention up to the Chicago line. Chicago line, I'm pretty sure everybody's heard of that by now if you've seen Dave Abelese or you've heard of Dave Abelese's Onondaga Cutoff. He's modeling the Chicago line in the eastern part of the line, which would be New York, and he's modeling it back in Conrail. Well, this is the western part out in Indiana, and this is at Waterloo, Indiana. And Waterloo, Indiana is a very interesting town because you have very straight running. And if you look at this, you can see how flat and straight the track is. In fact, I think Amtrak's still upwards of 80 through here. This was the former New York Central's main line to Chicago from New York. And I forget the train symbol for this train. But the other thing is this was right after, this was during when they were getting hit with a lot of rain. We went up there one morning and it was pouring down rain, and we got there and had about 2 hours of beautiful sky in the background with sun, morning sun hitting it, and NS was just running eastbound after eastbound after eastbound. And this was during the time when sand was a big thing, because if you look, all these cars right here are 2-bay covered hoppers, probably hauling sand. But it's a -9, and notice the numbers. Railroads don't treat the number boards and don't paint them unless they have to. And this is Waterloo, Indiana looking the other way. What you're seeing is the Amtrak platform. And this was a BNSF Powder River Basin coal train coming back from the power plant at Toledo. And it would head back on the NS, jump over onto the BNSF, and then head back over to the Powder River Basin, get reloaded, and then come back. But this is run through power. Here's a scene you couldn't replicate today if you tried. That's an SD60M-2. An SD60M, sorry. And they're off the roster, and that's got rid of all of them while they're doing their great locomotive purge, as somebody coined it the other day. And another shot you can't replicate: the F units from the NS business train. One of the favorite things, and we typically got one coming south every spring. They've all 4 of the F units were sold off in 2020, early part of 2020, and they're all out. 2 of them went to the Aberdeen and Western down in North Carolina, and the other 2 went to the Reading Blue Mountain in Northern. But this train is one of these trains that if you're modeling NS and you want to add some interesting operations to it, if you can figure out a way to model the business train, it's one of those you can create and really cause a dispatcher to be on their toes, because of the fact that this NS business train had all the high-ranking brass officials. You had the president, the CEO, potential shippers, and they tried to get everything out of the way for this train. And we get into heritage units. This was taken 2 weeks ago. This is the nickel plate heritage unit, and it was on a 216. In fact, it's on the 216 that was 16,000 feet. And notice the power in the back. You got a Burlington Northern Santa Fe unit, and you got a UP SD70M. And we get to Norfolk and Western Heritage Unit, which is actually on home rails at this point. And this is an S215. This was taken down at Sharonville, Ohio. And notice the siding. This siding goes down to 2 customers. One is it's Ford's transmission plant, in Sharonville, Ohio, and the other one is General Mills. And there are times where you can get 2 locomotives side by side, but this was back in the day when 215 used to be one of those hot shot trains where you knew if 215 was running late, there was something major had happened on the railroad. And NS 123 on this day had the original Norfolk Southern Heritage Unit. And out of all my favorite heritage units, this one and then the Southern Railway are two of my favorites. And this was taken 3 or 4 years ago. And it was one of these things of, for like 2 or 3 weeks straight, the Norfolk Southern Heritage units just kept popping up everywhere in Cincinnati. And we get to an interesting one. This is one of the AC to DC rebuilds of the EMD SD70. They rebuilt, I forget how many it was, but they rebuilt quite a few of them into SD70 ACCs. And this is actually in Somerville, Ohio, one of my favorite spots to shoot because the curve is perfect for morning photography for a westbound. And even in the afternoon, if you're on the other side of the tracks, it's perfect. An interesting thing to note is the yellow. That's a wire bond. And what those are for is that's letting track maintainers and people who are maintaining the track know there's a wire there. So if you would clip it or you would hit it with a piece of machinery because it's right above a tie, you're going to cut the crossing circuit. As of right now, nobody has made an SD70 ACC, but there has been a company out there that's made the cab itself, but nobody's actually produced a ready-to-run model of them. And Union Pacific Power, we get them all the time. This was back. We've actually started getting them back a lot more recently. And this is a loaded ethanol train. And the interesting thing was this came out of Chicago, and it came off the Union Pacific at Provo Yard is where the NS took it over. But notice the two buffer cars. Instead of, you'll typically get one of them, but this train they put two on. And this is northbound. This is a westbound heading south down to probably Florida. And I want to say, I forget, that might be a -9. And digging through, and Genesee, Wyoming, on Genesee, Wyoming's Indiana-Ohio Railway. Now, I know a lot of people don't like the orange and black, but I'm actually a big fan of it. And the interesting thing is that you can still see who the former property was, which was CXX. And this is the former Baltimore to Ohio main line from Cincinnati. It runs east out of Cincinnati going through Madeira, Loveland. And it gets up there and it up to a little town called Midland City. And it makes a left-hand turn and it goes north up to Washington Courthouse and then Columbus. This line was leased to the Railtech Corporation, who was owner of the Indiana and Ohio at that point, in 2004. And the line basically is all former Baltimore and Ohio. This would be the former Newark sub of the Baltimore and Ohio. And then when you get to Midland City, that's the former Parkersburg sub, which ran from Cincinnati, Ohio out to Parkersburg, West Virginia. And we have several of these because it was one of these days where it was gorgeous and you wanted to chase the train. And this train is actually heading southbound at this point, heading from it's a stone train. And it's heading from Wilmington, Ohio, where Melvin Stone, who has massive contracts with the state of Ohio for doing road construction, has this massive quarry operation. And you notice it's one of these, if you notice, it's a heavy train. And what I was trying to do in all these photos is hide this locomotive back here, and that is an SD40-2 tunnel motor. in Rail America paint. And it is one of the most ugly units I have ever seen. But this is at Cuba, Ohio. And this is going across Wilson's Creek. And we're now in Blanchester, Ohio, on the former Baltimore to Ohio Parkersburg main line. And so Blanchester is a place where they hold over. They have a locomotive for the local that works out of Blanchester. And the other thing is, look at it. So this was the freight house lead. This was the main line. There used to be 2 main lines through Blanchester. Now there's only the single track. You got the former CXX freight office building, but you also got the Baltimore to Ohio Station platform, brick platform. And this is just one of those shots I really like because of how it came together. And here's a final parting shot of this. You see there's so much detail in this one. So where somebody's dumped off a Christmas tree, to the telegraph lines that were there. And there's the loaded stone train, and there's that unit, that SD40-2T. But this is also at the point where Indiana, Ohio didn't have a lot of SD40-2s, and now they've gotten quite a few of them. So you're getting lash ups of an SD40-2 and then 2 GP38s, one with dynamic, one without, and then one of the tunnel motors, which has now been sent off to another railroad of G&W's properties. And we're now in Glendale, Ohio. And CXX. One of the favorite things I like about this is that the crew member is actually waving. And this was a northbound freight train heading up the CXX Toledo sub. I actually didn't have my scanner on me this day, so I don't have a symbol for you. But notice the right of way. Very fine, very neat. And notice at one point, you really can't see it here, but as the tracks go away, they kind of separate. And that was because CXX had a Baltimore to Ohio, which is who was the original operator of this line, had a center siding there. And we have what we call the Tropicana Juice Train. Everybody's heard of the Tropicana Juice Train, and this is the section that comes out of Florida. It goes over to Atlanta, and then comes up the line, and it gets to Cincinnati, and it's put on the head end of an intermodal train. Well, this is the local that takes the cars the final mile, as they call it, and delivers them. And this is the empties heading back to Queensgate Yard. And notice he had dimmed his headlight and extinguished his ditch lights because of the train that he was passing. And we're in LaGrange, Kentucky. One of the places where you can still get street running, where trains will run right down the middle of the street. And in the summertime, they have every Saturday they have these little festivals, these farmers markets, as you call it. And it's always interesting to see the people from Louisville, because it's right outside. It's about 30 miles outside of Louisville. You get all these people from the suburbs of Louisville coming out and going to this little farmers market, and they're having to basically watch out because CXX runs trains right down the middle of Main Street. And recently on Virtual Railfan, because I got a camera here, there was a Saturday morning where somebody didn't get over far enough, and the train took out the mirror and popped the tire on their car, much to the annoyance of the residents of LaGrange, because the train then sat there for 2 hours. different trains. So here is another example of CXX doing bidirectional running. This time, however, they go out of Louisville north up to a town in Indiana that is escaping me right now, where they make a right-hand turn and they run along the river to Cincinnati, Ohio, on the former Baltimore, Ohio, St. Louis line, I think is what they call it. But notice the crew members waving. And it was one of these days where it's really nice and warm. And this is most of the time you'll get southbounds through there, and it's really hard to photograph southbounds in the morning time at LaGrange because of how the sun is in the springtime. And you do get the northbounds that come out of LaGrange because they have to work one of the yards. And this was taken right before Memorial Day weekend. And this northbound CXX train is just about to exit the street running. So once he gets past this flag right here, he'll increase his train speed to 25 miles an hour. When he's going through downtown before the locomotives get to this point, it is 10 miles an hour through downtown. And when train's 2 miles long, that takes a very long time. And if you notice the sidewalks right here, and here's another photo of the train as it was coming out. And if you look, you can see it's a ES44 AC. And LaGrange is very proud of its railroad running through the middle of town. In fact, so proud, in fact, that it's displayed on the billboards. I mean, on the little flags and stuff. And LaGrange is known for trains running through the center of town. And now we jump over to Portsmouth, Ohio, on the former Norfolk and Western's main artery from Columbus, Ohio, Sandusky, Ohio, after they got the nickel plate, all the way down to Portsmouth, Ohio. And this is all focused around the Portsmouth, Chillicothe area. This was 234 Chicago, Illinois to Norfolk, Virginia. And this train is what the double stacks used to not be able to operate this way. And then NS and state of Ohio, West Virginia, and them did tunnel infrastructure where they notched all the tunnels, and it's called the Heartland Corridor now. But coal is still king on the former Norfolk and Western for the time being. And both these locomotives, these were taken the same day. And this was back in 2016, 2017, when you could go out and catch the NSF, Union Pacific, CN, CP, Kansas City Southern, all the roads on the NS. And this was an empty coal train heading back down to the mines in West Virginia to get reloaded. And like I said, this was a day of nothing but foreign road power. This is taken north of Chillicothe, north of Portsmouth, and this guy was moving. He was doing every bit of track speed. And notice the burn marks on the locomotive from where it's got a little warm and paint's burnt off. But also notice there's another BNSF unit at this point. And notice the right-of-way too. How it's pretty much on a fill at this point. And on the other side, if you see the tractor sign, that's the major road between Columbus and along down to Portsmouth. And it pretty much parallels the NS main line from Portsmouth to Chillicothe. Well, from Portsmouth all the way up to just north of Chillicothe. And if you can chase a train out of Portsmouth, you can get it several times if you're lucky enough. And this is one of the sections actually where the tracks break away from that road, because that road is a 4-lane highway and this is a 2-lane highway. And this was taken back in 2015. And this is a loaded coal. This was a empty coal train again heading back to the mines, and it's another, I want to say it's another SD70 AC. No, that's an SD70 M-2. I'm sorry. But notice that they've single tracked a lot of the line because it's expensive to have 2 sets of tracks there. And when you can have large stretches of double track, you single track sections and it works. And this is an area that I'm looking at, and this is actually a drone photo. And this road is a gravel road on this side, and the Scioto River's here. And there's Ryan again, and this is the crew waving to him. It was it was one of those days where it was loaded coal trains every 2 or 3 hours. And it's a Conrail Dash 8 and a standard cab ST40-2. You can't do this scene today because of the Conrail Dash 8 no longer being there. And another drone shot. And it's NS Manifest coming out of Columbus, heading down to Portsmouth. And there's that road again that I was talking about. But notice how far apart the tracks are. Norfolk and Western was one of these railroads that liked to put center sidings in everywhere they could. Because you could take a coal train, park it there, cut off the power, and leave it. And that's what they did here. They put a siding in so they could put a coal train there if it was needed, or they could put a manifest there, or they could use it. Basically, it was used for it was a bidirectional siding. That way, in case you had a passenger train coming behind the slow-moving coal train, you put the coal train aside. Or you had a fast-moving freight, the coal train would go aside. They would run the train around them, and then the coal train would come back out and lumber on its way north or south. But again, notice the fill. Notice how wide that location is for the railroad. And we're back onto the Norfolk Southern Newcastle District. And this was NS 123, a different day. This is up at Walnut Level, Indiana. Right after, and you can see the former nickel plate signals there. Not much longer for this world because they had the new signals getting ready to cut in. Funny story about Walnut Level is that the other end of the siding's named is Bailey. And reason it got the name Bailey was because when NS was working on, when the Norfolk and Western was rebuilding this line, they were literally taking it all the way down to the sub road bed and rebuilding it back up. And what they did was an engineer on one of the work trains. It was at night, and the story goes that, well, it's not a story, it actually happened. He forgot where the track ended and ran off the edge of the track. And thus they named the siding, the control point down there, Bailey. So here is Campbellstown siding, early spring, and there's so much to take in from the right-of-way, where you can see where the drainage ditches are, to how they plow their fields, to how they plowed them over here. But this is NS 215, and I like the shot because it really shows how long a freight train is. Because when you're down on the ground, it's like, oh yeah, the freight train's long. But when you look up like that and you can see it just going off into the distance, it really captures the essence of how much freight is actually moved by 2 locomotives. And we're back to the curve at Somerville. This is on a windy day, which is interesting because you can actually see the grass being blown over. And this is on the west side of the tracks. And this is another one of those infamous Dash 9s that they're building so many of. And this was actually taken last week. This is a excursion train they were getting ready to operate the next day, and it was the Cincinnati Railway Company, and they do something called the Ohio Rail Explorers. This is operating on former Indiana, Ohio Central Railroad of Indiana trackage. And this was the first passenger train over this way since 2010, 2011. That is a GP7. And that GP7 is actually older than Norfolk and Western 611 and has never been retired. It's older than Norfolk and Western 611 by, I want to say, maybe 2 or 3 months. I might be wrong. But they repainted it a couple years ago, and it still looks absolutely stunning. And now we get down into Kentucky. And we're down on the former Cincinnati, New Orleans, and Texas Pacific south of Danville, Kentucky. And that line, this line's owned by the city of Cincinnati. And this line is a major artery for Norfolk Southern. Anything coming out of St. Louis, Kansas City, Chicago, Cincinnati, and even Buffalo and that needs to get down to the southeast, more likely or not will run down this line. It's mainline railroading and it's mountain railroading. And here we go. The crews are so friendly, and it's a curvy railroad. And this was a 60C, which is a Birmingham, Alabama to Chicago, Illinois unit gondola train of steel slabs. And that's an ST70 ACE on the point. And we jump back up north because I misplaced a slide. But this is at looking farther west out of Campbellstown, looking east towards the siding. And this is another one of the aces. It's funny how Norfolk Southern does their power, because every once in a while you'll get where you see nothing but Nash 9s for a month, and then all of a sudden you're getting aces, you're getting heritage units, you're getting all this unique power coming through at once. And back when we were talking about Norfolk Southern, back when these units were new, the ST70 Aces, and this is one of them. This locomotive was so new that I believe this might have been its first trip after they bought them and sent them down to Chattanooga to be set up. And notice it's coming out of the siding. So this is at Camden, Ohio. And again, the sign. Watch out for warning, close clearance. The derailleur. So if a car would roll out of the siding, it would derail instead of going onto the siding. But notice the sunrise. Notice the lighting. It was right after sunrise, and it was one of these amazing days. And later on that day, we got a unit grain train. And there's always something fun about seeing an S grain train. And I'm keeping track of time, and I'm seeing that we're near the 10-minute mark. Do we have any questions?
Yes, we do.
All right.
So let's start with the first one. Have you ever been arrested railfanning at night?
I've not been arrested. I've had police come and ask me what I'm doing. I've had most of the cops have kind of started to know who I am. And also in Hamilton, which is where I do a lot of my night photography, most of the cops are rail fans.
Oh.
So it's kind of nice because you'll get checked up every once in a while. You'll have a cop come by and be like, hey, what you doing? And they'll just kind of keep circling, keeping an eye on you.
So they know who you are. Oh, that's Jordan. Okay, let's go.
Yeah.
Okay, another question is, do you ever railfan other places in the States or just your area?
I do actually. I try to do it during the summertime so I don't get caught out in snowstorms. But oh yeah, the farthest I've gone is Rochelle, Illinois, to the west. I I need to get out east, but the farthest south I've gone is Chattanooga, Tennessee, and that's typically during September. They do an event at the Tennessee Valley Railway Museum called Railfest, and it's when they're operating both steam engines, and it's one of those events you go down and photograph.
What happened to your drone?
There's a great story behind that, and that was, so I'm out there rail fanning one day, and I basically took the drone out into the only tree in this town, and it's a town called Bryan, Ohio. And I got the drone stuck into the tree. How? Oh yeah.
The only
Oh
tree.
yeah. The only tree. The railroads here. There's no other trees around for, I don't know, a good mile and a half, and I hit the tree. It was kind of windy that day. Had a gust of wind come, and it got stuck into the tree.
Good excuse. Good excuse. Another question: did NS exist in that form during the Conrail years? And if they did, would NS traction appear on the Chicago line? Or
Yes,
not?
NS did exist during the Conrail years, and actually, the last part of Conrail, NS was in a bidding war with CXX to try to get Conrail, and yes, they did show up quite a bit on the Conrail line. It was mainly run through power or horsepower hours being paid back, but they definitely did show up on the Conrail line.
Okay. At night, I've noticed some of the pictures a bit blurry. Do you use a tripod or specific settings for your camera?
I do, and the problem is that, so Hamilton's kind of this place of, you can do night photography, but the biggest problem is that you kind of have problems with how dark it is, and it kind of blurs the train just a bit. And plus, night photography is something I've not done. I just recently started getting into it and doing it'll literally be, I'll go out at 12 o'clock and not come back till at 12 o'clock at night and not come back till 6 a.m.
Okay.
So, but you get a lot of trains through there. I mean, the last time I was out, I saw 12 trains in a 4-hour period.
Just a question of curiosity. How do you find out about those trains coming? You have a scanner or?
I do. So that first picture I showed, which is it's the light up thing, and it's a Uniden Bearcat scanner, and I have an antenna that I bought for like $60 or $70 that was cut, and I didn't know you could do this, but you can have a antenna cut to where it'll only accept certain radio frequencies.
Okay.
And I cut it for the railroad frequency, which is 600, which is 161.000 to 160.000. And that's the federal mandated FCC. Basically, the railroads have those channels, and nobody else can have them.
Okay, so that means you can get any trains that's coming by.
Pretty much. And the other thing is you can hear them for a lot longer. I mean, there's times we'll hear them 25 miles away.
Okay. That's it for the questions, and we're running out of time. So Jordan, thank you very much, and I hope to see you around again.
All right. It's always a pleasure.
Okay, welcome back to NMRAx. We're in Studio 3 down here in Australia, and we've got Peter Watson as our next presenter from Massachusetts, USA. Peter has been a model railroader since he was 8 years old, which I've been told is longer than he cares to remember. He's had several layouts, including one in ON2, and he's currently back in the HO scale and in the process of building a new layout modeling the New Haven Railroad. So everybody, please welcome Peter Watson. I'll hand it over to you, Pete.
Thank you, Martin. Good evening, everyone. Tonight, we're going to be talking about building spline roadbed. We'll go over some of the reasons for using splines and instead of some of the other methods. We'll talk about the other methods. And we'll go over the process for actually doing it and show you some of the techniques I use. So first thing you got to have in any model railroad is a solid foundation to work from. So we need to get a decent bench work. Now, if you remember back to when you were a kid, and any of us at least, our first layout was probably a Lionel layout mounted on a tabletop, whether it was a ping pong table or a sheet of 4x8 plywood down cellar somewhere. Very simple tabletop type of thing. That was what my first layout was. Eventually it graduated to 2 4x8s. We had a lot of trains. And that's what I had. My father, on the other hand, had his HO layout down there on the cellar with us, which eventually made me take a second look at the Lionel and say, But his method of operation for his bench work was open grid. And back in the 50s and the 60s, that was pretty much what most of the people doing model railroading used back then. It's a method that has been used continuously. It's one that I use now, and it works very well. Another method is L-girder. That came along probably in the late 60s, maybe early 70s, quite a while ago. I don't remember exactly when, but it's a method I tried. I used it for a while on a layout that I had, and it worked, but for me, the open grid seemed to be a better choice, and that's what I've gone back to. One of the members of the hub division, Dave Inslee, also uses spline roadbed, and he has done a presentation on this as well, and I've borrowed a little bit from him in this presentation. And he compiled a list of these 3 articles on bench work, one by Lynn Westcott, another one by Craig Biscaya, and another one by Orv Dunn in Model Railroader. If you get a chance, take a look at the website for Craig Biscaya. It's got some really interesting information on there, and he basically makes built up I-beams, very similar to what's used in the construction industry, using some lumber and some like plywood or pressboard, but it makes for a very strong beam, and you can go for quite long distances with this without having any legs. So that's was an interesting article to look at. On the bench work, we have to put our roadbed, and without a good, strong bench work and roadbed, you can have the best scenery, you can have all kinds of fancy electronics, but without a good roadbed, the trains just aren't going to run well. So roadbed is very important, and that's what we're going to be really getting into tonight. So the first kind of roadbed is just a sheet of plywood. Again, going back to our Lionel days, it was simple, it was quick, and it sure beat setting up the trains on the carpet in the living room. Some of the problems with this, though, is that it's pretty flat. So, but it's also very simple, very quick, and like I said earlier, you can either make your own table for it, or you could maybe put it on a unused ping pong table. I know we did that for a while at my place. The open grid work bench work that my father used 1x4s and 1x6s for the roadbed. And these would be screwed to the top of the grids, either directly to the grids or up on risers if you were going uphill or downhill. And then when you came to a curve, you'd have to take and cut angles on the 1x4s or 1x6s until you could put them all together and get around the curve that you were trying to get around. This leads to a lot of joints, a lot of extra lumber underneath to have solid places to secure them to. A variation on that is the cookie cutter or the freeform, and this is a pretty good shot of open grid benchwork, by the way. And you can see here that the cookie cutter type roadbed is basically pieces of roadbed that are cut out of a sheet of plywood so that you cut the curves and the straight pieces. It minimizes the number of joints that you've got. The biggest problem with this is that you can't always maximize the use of the plywood. And then finally is spline roadbed. And that's what the bulk of this presentation is going to be on, how to put a spline roadbed system in. Pros and cons of tabletop: good for smaller layouts. It's also good for layouts that model flat areas like the Midwest. And I even use it for yard areas, put down a sheet of plywood where there's going to be yard because it's a big flat spot. But for larger layouts, other types are a little bit better. It doesn't allow easily for changes in elevation. To do that, I remember my father used to put a piece of cedar shingle where he wanted the grade to start, and then would work up from there. We had a 4x8 HO layout for a while that we added a little bit of elevation to, but and again can be used for the large areas, flat areas, and bigger layouts. 1x4s or 1x6s. Again, good for larger layouts. If you have a long straightaway, it's real easy to put down an 8 or 10 feet of 1x4 that you can run the trains on. 1x6 if you're doing 2 tracks. So that goes pretty quick, but then it slows down again when you're trying to do the curves. It easily allows for changes in elevation in track and for scenery. Just simply put a riser in where you need to start going up and start working the elevation of the track up as you go. It does have a lot of joints, and that becomes a weak spot in the construction. And it allows for possible misalignments and things. Well, not necessarily misalignments, but odd changes, and it works. But I think the other type, the spline is better. Cookie cutter freeform, again, good for larger layouts. Allows for, again, for elevation changes. This has fewer joints, especially in the curves, because as you can see, as you go around the curve here, instead of having to have lots of support underneath where you would have to put in supports for 1x6s or 1x4s, you just simply you have to put a riser. There's a riser over there, another one there. So there's fewer joints. And again, there is more waste because you can't make use of all the plywood when you're cutting out the circles. So now, spline roadbed, my favorite. Good for larger layouts. Allows for changes in elevations easily. No joints. And this is a big one. You can see down here, there is a joint here because we're going from plywood where there's a flat yard area that comes off the bottom of the screen there. And that's where the splines start. But from there all along until where the splines stop, probably in another yard area, there aren't going to be any joints. So everything's nice and smooth, continuous, and makes for a very sturdy kind of bench work. Very little waste. The biggest waste is the kerf of the boards when you cut them on the table saw. Other than that, there really isn't any. One advantage to splines, it makes easements kind of automatic. When you go from a straight into a curve using splines, the natural tendency of the spline is to ease into that curve. And there are no calculations to be made. Does it match exactly what the calculations would give you? No, probably not. But it looks okay and it works, and it's a lot easier than struggling with those calculations. It is a little bit slower to build because we have to glue these things up, clamp them together, and work our way around. So it's not quite so fast as some of the other methods, but even at that, it goes fairly quickly. And it is a bit messy. My tendency is to use my fingers a lot to spread the glue. I'll get started on this and never seem to have a brush available. So I just use my fingers to spread the glue onto the spaces, wipe them off on a paper towel or even sometimes the inside of the bench work. But plan on getting messy. Even if you're using a brush, it can get messy in that regard. So, what do we need for tools and materials? You're going to need a drill with a 1/16 inch drill bit. You're going to need a hammer, some 4-penny finish nails. We're going to need glue, obviously, and I like yellow carpenter's glue. It could be the Elmer's. It could be Tight Bond. Any one of the yellow glues is good. The white Elmer's glue can be used, but it doesn't hold to the wood as well. It's not as strong, I don't think. So I prefer to use the yellow carpenter's glue. Once this thing gets all put together and everything's dried, it will hold together even if you take it off the bench work. I've got a couple of pieces downstairs that I take around to demonstrations with me, and they hold the curves and their position perfectly. Clamps. We're going to need a lot of clamps, and they can come in all kinds of sizes and shapes and styles. These clamps over here, the orange and black ones, I got from, I think, Harbor Freight. I think might have found some at the local hardware store, and I had a whole bunch of them. Those were the first ones I started using. The problem with them is they're small, they're classed for light duty, and it's very easy to over clamp with them, to try to apply too much force with them. And when you do that, it weakens them so they don't hold as well. I still use them, but I have to remind myself that, you can't put a lot of pressure on with them. The blue and yellow ones are more robust. Several companies make them. Sears makes one that's similar. As I said, they are more robust. You can put a little bit more pressure on without worrying about weakening the structure inside that actually causes them to clamp. So I use the Irwins, and in other places where I need a little extra help or something to hold something temporary, I use the smaller orange and black ones. This one down here is a homemade clamp, and if you look, there's just basically 2 pieces of spline that are cut to about 3 inches in length. There's a hole drilled in the end for this particular style. We're going to see another one in a little bit. It's held in, the bolt is held in with a nut there and a nut there to set the spacing between them. And then another bolt is run through down at the other end with a wing nut on the end. So you can loosen the wing nut up, get this clamp over the splines as you're building it, and then clamp it down with the wing nut. And these are very easy to make and probably a lot cheaper than some of the other types of clamps, but everybody's got their own preferences. I prefer to use the bigger clamps. Don't try to go out and buy them all at once, because it does get expensive, but they can be used for a lot of other things besides the model railroad. And if you look and buy them when they're on sale, they're not too bad to get and very, useful. Going to need a saw. That's a back saw, small back saw. That's what I used to cut the splines with until I found this thing. And that is a cutter. That particular one was made by Craftsman, and it is a very, very useful tool. I use it in a lot of other places besides the model railroad, like most of the tools that we use, but very, very handy when you're doing spline bench work, road bit. And then you're going to need a sander. I use a belt sander. A vibrating sander would do just as well. And this is for smoothing things off at the end when you've got the spline road bed all done. All right, the utility cutters, just another word about them. Like I said, I find these things really useful. They are very good. They cut through the spline material, whether using 1/4 inch or 3/16 like I do. They just cut right through it. You can make a mark with a pencil, snip it off with the cutter, and you're in business. There's no trying to hold it down while you saw it with the back saw. I would heartily recommend getting a set of these if you can find them. Like I said, these came from Sears, the Craftsman. They're still made as far as I know. Ace Hardware Store stocks Craftsman tools now. You can also go on Amazon and Google utility cutters, and you'll come up with any number of manufacturers that make very similar cutters to these. They may not be exactly the same, but they'll do the same job, and again, they're well worthwhile. Clamps, as I said before, you can never have too many clamps, and this is a slightly different style. Dave Inslee has made these, and in fact, these pictures are a courtesy of him. You need some 1/4 inch stock. He uses 1/4 inch splines, cut to 2 3/4 inches long. Need some 1 inch long blocks, 3/4 by 3/4. A 1/4 20 by 20 inch carriage bolt with a wing nut, and some masking tape. And what you're going to do is about in the middle of the 2 pieces of spline, you're going to drill a hole. He recommends 17/64. That's the clearance size for the 1/4 inch bolt. You're going to insert the carriage bolt into one side piece, tap it in with a hammer so that you seat that square portion on the carriage bolt into the wood. Then you're going to hold the 2 side pieces between the block and the masking tape and tape it together. These need to be sized for the track that you're building. If you're doing a single track main, for instance, then you want the distance between those 2 side pieces to be set for that width. If you're going to do a double track main, then you'd have to make it wider and use longer bolts, but you will have to make that of a size that will fit the track that you're building. Finally, you're going to finish inserting the carriage bolt all the way, put the wing nut on, and then to apply it, you just slip it over the splines and tighten down on the wing nut. In Dave's case, he's using 1/4 inch, as I mentioned, and he only uses 3 splines on his. So as he's laying his up, this works much better for him. The way I do it, as we'll see in a little bit, this wouldn't be quite as convenient. All right, so materials and preparation. What do we need for materials and preparation? First thing you got to have, or have access to, if you don't have one, is a table saw. We're going to be taking and ripping the splines out of larger pieces of wood, and the table saw is going to be necessary for that. We're going to use 3/4 by 8 foot clear pine stock. We're going to rip it into 3/16 inch wide strips. And again, some folks prefer the 1/4 inch. We'll get into the whys and wherefores in a little bit on that. But my preference is the 3/16. And what I have done is I have kept about a 6 inch long piece that I have marked as the template in the workshop. so that, you know, in 2 months, if I need to rip some more, I can make them exactly the same thickness from one batch to the next. You would be surprised how just a very small amount of variation in the thickness of these things, after you put 5 of them together along with the spacer blocks, can add up to a fairly noticeable difference in width. So do your best to keep them all the same size from one batch to another. Well, after you get these splines cut, then you're going to take some of them and you'll just chop them into 2-inch long spaces. People will ask sometimes about, do we have to use clear pine? And my answer would be yes. If you use number 2, you can do it, but every place does not. Those places are going to have to be cut out because they're weak, and you won't be able to get necessarily a full 8-foot run, which makes for less joints. So I prefer using the clear pine. It is more expensive, but it makes the job a lot easier. You'll also need 1x4 pine to make risers, or maybe some 1x6 if you're doing 2-track main. If you're building a layout, you probably got a bunch of that around as scraps anyway, but something else that you will need. So we've got our splines cut, and now it's time to start putting some splines down. So the first thing is you're going to put risers in, set to the elevation that's required. And again, if you're not having any real elevation, you're building right straight on top of the benchwork, it's not you don't have to worry about it. But again, most of us are using differences in elevation, so we'll have to put those risers in. Mark the center line of the risers. Once you get the risers in, you're going to mark the center line, and we're going to be using that to locate the center spline piece. So get the drill, put in the 1/16 inch bit, and we're going to drill a hole down through the spline all the way through. Some people have asked, will that weaken it? And as far as I can see, no, because we're going to have a whole bunch of stuff laid up right here, all glued together, and it's going to be just as strong as any 1x4 or whatever with the same hole drilled in it. These are only temporary anyway. We're going to replace them with a screw later on. Then you're going to drive a 4-penny finish nail through the spline into the riser at the center point. You can see we've got the center line of the track marked on the riser at that point, and we just make sure that the spline is right over that, and you're going to drive the nail in. Don't drive it in flush, because it will be removed later. Another method used by some folks, I know Dave uses this, is to just use a small nail on either side of the spline rather than driving it through it. Either way works. The way I do it, I came up with on my own, and that's the method that I continue to use. So as we go along, once we get that first one in, we're going to do the same thing at each riser. We're going to drill a hole, put the nail in, drive it down into the riser, following the center lines marked on each riser. For double track main, mark the center lines for both tracks on the riser, so each riser would have 2 center lines marked on it. But we are still going to just build one track at a time. So you'll, for instance, I'll start with the outside track, and I'll put that center strip down for the outside track on all the risers. We'll go back, lay up all the splines for that, and then I'll go back and do the second track. As you bend the spline along the route marked out by the risers and the center lines, the spline will automatically provide a transition to any curves. And this is one of the things that I really liked about this in the beginning when I started using it. I don't have to deal with trying to figure out transitions. It just does it automatically, and it makes for a very nice, smooth curve on your main lines or on any of your track, and that looks good and performs well. Once the center spline is fixed in place, then we're going to start putting down the second and the third splines. We'll put one on either side of the center line. We're going to place glued up spacer blocks on either side of the center spline at 2 or 3 of the risers. So at the first riser, where you put the center spline, put one block, glue it up, and glue both sides of the block. Set it against the center spline, do the one on the other side, then move down to the next riser, do the same thing on both sides, down to the third riser, etc. Then we're going to place the second and the third splines against those blocks that have been glued up. You can do them both and then clamp them, as is shown here, and that fixes the first end. Then as you're going along, now if the track is straight here, that's nice and easy, but you can't see it here, but this particular track is curved, and this piece up here kept on going straight while the center line curved down this way, and then this piece here wanted to be on the inside. So it really didn't make much difference, because the very next thing we're going to do is we're going to put a clamp on the next riser down, and that kind of brings things into proper orientation. So you do have to work fairly quick, because you don't want the glue to dry, but it takes a while for the glue to set up to the point where you wouldn't be able to use it. After you get those first 3 done, then do 3 more and just keep on going. Clamp the splines to them all the way until you get to the end of that center spline. When you reach the end of it, you're going to go back and you're going to do the same thing again. So in this case here, there's our center spline. There's the 2 that were on either side of it. And we've gone back and we've started putting in glued up spacers at the each riser. We're clamped it there, and you can see down here, there's a riser there with a glued up block on it, and we're getting ready to put the next clamp on down here and clamping them all together. This spacer block here that's standing vertically is a temporary thing for the time being. Because of the curvature and stuff, I noticed that the outside spline was pushing in tight against the next one into it. So I just stuck that in there temporarily while I was gluing up the risers to kind of hold everything in the proper orientation. What I do after I get the risers all done is I'll go back and I'll put another whole row of spaces in the middle here. The risers on my layout are about 2 feet apart, and I'll go back in right in the middle. So at the 1 foot mark, I'll just put another set of spaces across, and that works out quite nicely to strengthen them and keep everything lined up. One thing that's important is to make sure to stagger the ends of the splines so that no 2 splines line up with each other, the ends. And again, this is kind of like laying bricks or shingles or anything else. Instead of having all the ends come together, that would cause a weak point. We're going to stagger them. So if the center spline, for instance, is an 8 foot long center spline, I'll trim it at the very end so that it ends at a riser. The next 2, one on either side of it, I'll cut back maybe a foot from there or 2 feet from there, and the one on the opposite side I'll also stagger so it's at a different location. But keeping those all at different locations will provide a much stronger roadbed for you. When we're all done, this is what it's going to look like. Now this is 2-track main, and you can see that I have gone back and I've added the spaces in the intermediate sections in between the risers. If you look down the middle, in between the two tracks, it looks like one much wider spline than all the others, and that's actually built up. So if you count across, you'll see that each track has 5 splines. The 2 that are on the innermost portions, what I did when I glued this up is I did the outside part first, and then I took another piece of spline and glued it along that inside edge, well, the outside edge of the furthest in spline. Clamped that up, and while that was drying, I glued up another spline, which became the number 1 spline for the second track, clamped that in there, and then just started building across as I went. So that's how that gets done there. Again, I've marked the center lines on the risers for both tracks, just as a kind of a check to make sure that everything's going where it was supposed to. But it generally is an automatic alignment, just because if we've got the first one done right, the second one should follow. One other thing that you'll notice is that there is a spline on the outside up here, and this has not been continued on down yet, but it will be. I discovered from using the others that it would be nice when it comes time for scenery to have something to attach the scenery base material to. I use a variety of methods. I'm currently gone back to screen, but I've used masking tape and cardboard webbing. And it's just as handy to have something to attach them to rather than just the side of the spline. So what I do now is I'll take one spline, I'll cut it down to 1/2 inch instead of 3/4 of an inch, and just glue it up to the outside. I'll put one on the other side as well. Now this gives me a nice little ledge that I can attach my scenery materials to. Then the final step is sanding out the imperfections. I use a belt sander. 120 grit is generally enough. You're going to find that as you're doing this, you might have a spacer block that gets slightly askew on you that you don't notice, and it's sticking up. You may have a spline that pushes up just a little bit. So by using the belt sander, we're going to take all that out of there, any lumps of glue that are in there, and just smooth it all down so that you've got a nice smooth surface to put the roadbed on. On this particular one section here, I did have one spline that, unbeknownst to me while I was gluing them up, it stuck up about 16th, maybe 3/32 of an inch. It was actually quite hard. So that became really important to knock down. And again, the belt sander does a pretty good job. I wouldn't recommend going much under 120 grit, just simply because a belt sander will take off an awful lot of material awfully fast. And it would be a real pain if you get done and notice that, oh my goodness, I've got a dip here where there shouldn't be one. So caution is the key when using a belt sander. A vibrating sander will work if you have to take off anything like, what I was just talking about, a big difference, then it's going to take a little bit longer with a vibrating sander. But on the other hand, the vibrating sander won't take material off so fast, and it will be less likely to cause a whoops. All right, let's talk a little bit about, whoops, come back here. A little bit about the number of splines. Like I said, I use 5. A lot of other people use 3, and 3 works perfectly well. The friend of mine that I learned this from, he uses 3. Dave Inslee, I know, uses 3. I moved over to the slightly thinner spline because it made it easier to put in any tight curves that might need to go in there. The thinner splines allow for a tighter radius. I try to keep my mainline curves at 36. Can't always do it in some areas. Some areas need to get down to 30. I had one space where I had to get down to 28. And if I was using 1/4 inch, those smaller radiuses would be a little bit more difficult to put in. I'm not saying you can't do it, but I just didn't like how much force I would have to use on a 1/4 inch thick spline to get them around. And even with the 3/16 inch, sometimes if you have a piece of wood that's a little bit weak, the grain of the wood isn't quite right, you can snap even a 3/16 piece, and I've had that happening. Doesn't happen often, but it can. So that by making 5 pieces in my roadbed, I get 2 additional splines, which is going to add some strength. So if I do have one piece that is a little bit weak and something happens, I've got 4 others that are going to hold the thing and keep it in place for me. So the only thing using the 3/16 versus a 1/4 inch is that it is more labor intensive, because we do have to put in those 2 extra splines, but I consider that a minor inconvenience, and that's how I do it. I think primarily it boils down to matter of personal preference. I like 5 at 3/16. Other people like the 1/4 inch and just using 3. Let's talk a little bit about grades and elevations. And this is kind of model railroading 101 stuff, I guess, but most layouts will have some grades. Whether you're dealing with track planning magazines or published track plans, or doing the design yourself with a track planning program, you'll be dealing with the elevations. I use CAD Rail. And the thing I like about CAD Rail is that it shows me the elevations if I want, and makes it very easy for me to locate what the elevation should be at any specific point on the layout. Now, this is a shot of a small piece of the layout. In fact, it's the piece that has been shown in the work that we've just been doing. All my elevations are based off of the floor. I have 3 different levels on my layout. It's a multi-level layout. So I based all of the elevations for my track from the floor, and this allows me to keep the grades consistent, even going down a helix and coming out on the lower level, whatever. So if you look over down here in the lower right-hand corner, this brown section here, the pieces in brown represent the bench work. Right here where the track comes onto the bench work, I'm 58 3/4 inches off the floor on both of those tracks. This is 2-track main line here. The next one down is also at 58 3/4. And at this point, it starts going down a 2.5% grade. So the next elevation at this particular piece of bench work is going to be 58.4. And then we'll go along, we'll go down here, and we're at 57.82. Down here, we get to 57.29, etc., all the way down. And then down in here, it levels off at 56.6 inches. So it makes it very easy for me to know exactly how high to make the rises. I don't have to work very hard at doing that. It also shows me what the percentage of the grade is up here. It's 2.37% maybe. And then this line is coming up, that does the same thing. They're all around 2.5%, but there'll be some variations as we go along. When I print it out, CAD Rail allows you to print out at a specific scale. And when I print it out, I always print it out at 3/4 of an inch to the foot. And the reason for that is when I print it that way, every 1/16 of an inch on the paper equals 1 inch real measurement. So if I want to know how far back to put this piece right here, all I have to do is measure back from the front of the benchwork down to that piece of track. And if it's, say 3/8 of an inch, I know I'm 6 inches back. Out here in the front, if I'm 1/8 of an inch from on the measure from the front of the benchwork, then I know that I'm 2 inches back. So that's an advantage to printing out your drawings at 3/4 of an inch to the foot. It allows you to just use a regular 1/16 inch ruler, and you can get your measurements very easily that way. All right, talking a little bit more about grades. Most people know, but for those that don't, the percentage of grade is based on how many feet of rise you have in 100 feet. So if we have 2.5 feet of rise over 100 feet, that's the equivalent of a 2.5% grade. Using that on a model railroad, 100 feet's kind of long, so we can scale that down some. Let's turn it from feet into inches. So now we're at 100 inches. At 2.5 inches of rise is also equivalent to 2.5% grade. 100 inches might be a little bit long to use. Let's try 50 inches. Just a skosh over 4 feet. In that case, that's half of 100. Half of 2.5 would be 1.25 inches. That's also a 2.5% grade. One more time, bring it down to 25 inches at 5/8 inch rise, and that's also a 2.5% grade. So we can take a piece of wood 25 inches long, and we can make it measure down 1 inch on one end and 1 5/8 inches on the other end. We'll strike a line between those two measures, cut it, and now we have a tapered piece of wood that is the equivalent of a 2.5% grade. And you can set that right on the grade, put your level on it, and if the bubble is in the center on the level, you know that that grade is 2.5%. I have one of these for the 2.5%. I'll have another one when I get to another grade that I've got to do that's only going to be a 1.5%. But they're very easy to make. I know other people will just tape a piece of wood to the end of the level. I'm a little leery of that because the tape can shift. I prefer using this because this is good and solid, and it makes a good way of checking what your grade is. Dealing with turnouts. All layouts are going to have turnouts on them. This is looking up at the underside of some spline roadbed. I had to crawl under the layout and kind of lay on my back to take this picture. Now, this is the ON2 layout that I first saw the splines on. And you can see it's pretty simple. Just bring the track in at an angle, cut your splines at an angle, glue them up, and it's a pretty simple way of bringing the track in where you're going to put a turnout in. A little more complicated for my method because I'm using 5 pieces of spline. I also opted when I did this to make some wedges, and I cut the wedges to, I think this was a number 6 switch. I just cut those wedges to that angle, and you can see how I laid it up here. So the one thing that I did do is the outside track here, I did not bring that straight down. I left that loose so that as the switch was there, I could just bring it along the outside, and it now becomes the outside of the other track. But again, not too difficult to do, a little more complicated than if you were just using 3, but still pretty simple. And this is the final product with the roadbed installed. Just whether you're using Homer bed or cork roadbed, or in some cases I use 1 3/8 lattice strip. I used that for years on my ON2 layout. You just glue it on top of the splines and you're good to go. So with that, are there any questions?
Oh, we've certainly got a few questions popping up here in the chat. I'll nip over to the YouTube first, and we'll have a look there. This right here. Oh, here we technical difficulties. Can't hit the right button at the right time. Okay. There's a couple of comments about a runaway belt sander that come up there. Do you ever stagger spline heights to get super elevation?
No, what I do for super elevation, I thought about this for quite a while. I do use super elevation, but instead of staggering the spline heights, I will take a small piece of strip wood and glue it to the top or to the back side of the curve that's going to be elevated. Bring it around as it comes out of the area that's going to be super elevated. I sand it down to bring a, gradually bring it in. And then I use a product that I watched a guy doing a floor for me using to level the floor. It's a floor leveler, they call it. And I just spatula that on and drag it across so that I end up with a nice flat, super elevated base to put the roadbed on. It works quite well.
Cool. There's another question. I think it's actually across both Facebook and YouTube, but Jeff was saying that in some photos it looks like your benchwork was painted. Is that for expansion contraction control?
Say that again?
In some of the photos it looked like your benchwork was painted. Was that for expansion and contraction of the timber to stop it swelling and over the year, or?
No, and there's been a lot made in the hobby press of expansion and contraction and swelling and stuff. It's not a problem I've ever had. I've used Homosote as roadbed for years on my ON2 layout. I'm in an area that has a fairly damp condition. I keep a dehumidifier running in the summertime. And I have never really had any problems with swelling or expansion or contraction with what I'm doing. So, no, any paint that you saw was, I'm not sure exactly what you were looking at, but it was incidental to what I was doing in any event.
Well, I can tell you down here in Queensland, we've got to make sure you paint your benchwork because it could probably expand and contract a good quarter of an inch or so over the year when we get the humid weather come through.
Yep.
There's another question here from someone. They're asking, do you know of any books on the method with plans and instructions on how to do spline roadbed?
I don't off the top of my head, but I do know that it's been covered in some of the model press. I suspect if you go to Model Railroader or maybe Craftsman and can find a index, you might be able to find some articles that they talk about it in. I'm pretty sure I've seen it in some of the press.
Okay, well, I'll head over to Facebook now. We'll see what questions we've got there. There was one here. Why did you choose to use black pipe as part of your bench work? Are there any benefits, i.e. strength, cost, etc.?
That's a good question. Somebody noticed it. As I mentioned, I have a multi-level layout. So what you're seeing there is the pipe to support the upper, well, actually both decks is supported by that. I did not want to have any structure sticking down. I wanted my benchwork to be cantilevered. And I thought about different ways of doing it. And what I came up with was I mounted 2x4 studs to the cement wall flat. I drove them in with a ram set and concrete nails so that they're in there good and secure. And then I got some, I think it's 3/4 inch black iron pipe, and I drilled holes in it and secured that both to the concrete and to the studs. And then where I wanted the layout heights, I put in T's and screwed in the black iron pipe to that. And that gives a very strong, stable base that now I've got a 30-foot long section of layout here that I've got nothing holding it up except the black iron pipe. And, for the amount of weight that's going to be on it, that'll be just fine. And no legs, no supports sticking down underneath.
Oh, excellent.
I should mention here, if you're looking for ways of doing that, my friend Dave Inslee is doing something kind of similar, but he discovered that he could buy builder's squares, framing squares, relatively cheaply at, I think it was Lowe's, and he got a bunch of them and uses them to do the same thing. And he has no supports, legs, angle braces, or anything sticking down on his either. So I haven't tried that myself, but he has done it, and he, as far as I know, has had no problems with it. So
great.
There's two methods for you.
I guess with doing that as well, you get unobstructed storage area underneath your layout as well.
Yep, absolutely. And I use that to my advantage, believe me. I've made some storage carts on wheels that I can wheel in and out, and I don't have to worry about bumping legs and knocking things askew when I roll them underneath there.
Excellent, excellent. Joe had put a question in here regarding, again, this gets back to the question we had before. Is Spline better when it comes to seasonal expansion contraction? So I guess you've not had any problems. Have you known of anybody else in other environments that have?
I've had no problems. My cellar stays at a relatively constant temperature. The biggest problem I would have would be in the summertime when it gets humid, and I keep a dehumidifier running, and one dehumidifier running down there keeps everything fine, and I've had no problems. So as long as I don't have any problems, I'm happy. And I've been doing it down there for, let me see, I moved into this house in 1972, so I've had a layout down there in one form or another all that time, and
All that, yep.
Never seen any problems. So
cool. Mark had a question here, and he was talking about, looks like N scale, and he was saying, how wide would you go? He's looking at N scale with two mains and a center track passing siding, etc.
base your calculations on how wide one track is. What I would do is you're probably going to be using cork roadbed, I would assume. Measure the width of the cork roadbed, and that determines the width of your spline. For N scale, probably 3 is enough. I think if you tried to put 5 in, you'd have to. They'd either be very thin, or so 3 is probably a good number to use for each track on N scale, and then make any adjustments that you need for how much space you want between the tracks, and go from there.
Cool. And the last one we got here is from Mark, and it's more of a comment. He said, Model Railroad Hobbyist, the online magazine, Joe Fewgate's got quite a few articles there about building with splines and the like, so that could be a good resource if people want photos and track plans and some paper to hold.
Yep.
Not a problem. I'll just jack back over to YouTube and see if there was any more there. Nope, there's no more there. So, and another great clinic, Peter. That was fascinating. I must say the bench work there puts mine to shame behind me. It's like a finely made piece of furniture.
Well,
You've
hardly
got
that. That's one advantage of the spline. When you get it all done and get it sanded down, it does look nice. I kind of hate to cover it up, but
Yeah.
you got to cover it up if you're going to put a railroad on it. So
It looks too good at it, but I was looking at those photos you had where it was all put together and sanded back, and I thought, yeah, that looks quite nice. So who'd want to cover that up now anyway?
yes, you're right. Like I say, I hate to cover it over, but hey, if I don't, then the trains would never run.
Exactly. Well, thank you very much for your time and effort in putting this little presentation together. I'm sure everyone got a heap out of it, and we'll see you again soon for some more mirth and merriment.
Roger on that. My pleasure.
Thank you, Peter.
All right. Good night.
Okay, welcome back to NMRAx. We've got our next presenter up here ready to go. We're down in the into Texas now, and we've got Stephen Moore here. And Stephen's dabbled in HON, Z scales, big clubs, and even ones with small T-track modules. But his love has always been for Kato, and mostly because of the home base of Japan. So if he's not putting scenery on the outside of someone's famous helix, so I think that's a hint to a helix that I've seen before somewhere. Someone resides inside it most times, I think. He's attending Japanese cultural or railroad events. So to tell you more about Japanese trains, we welcome Stephen Moore from Frisco, Texas. I think I got that right, didn't I? Yeah.
Yes, sir. Thank you for the kind introduction. What would you say to a place that is the size of Manhattan or LA or DFW or even Sydney, Australia, that has 40 million train riders every day? Welcome to Tokyo and its passenger trains. Thank you for joining me as we do a little rail fanning of Japanese trains. Why do I love Japanese trains so much? Well, for one, there's so many varieties that it's impossible to keep up. So I apologize in advance if I missed a train you love very much or if I made something incorrect. So please forgive me. Japanese phrase would be gomon nasai. I started with British trains long ago because I had been to England and I liked their passenger trains a lot. And I kind of liked how they had right of way wherever they would put in track, they had the right of way to do it. I also enjoyed their double decker trains a lot. And then at that point, when I was there riding these fast trains, I was like, oh, bullet trains are really neat. And then all of a sudden, I found out about Japan has double-decker bullet trains like the one I've pictured here, the E1 Max. And so it was over. I was like, okay, I'm hooked. Japanese trains is going to be my thing. So I have just a few Japanese trains. Here's a shot of just a few of the ones I've got. I feel like the Japanese rail companies continue to make new trains and repaint old trains just so I have to buy the new model. Popular brands of Japanese model trains are Kato, Tomix, Micro Ace, Green Max, and Bandai. You, of course, everyone here is probably very familiar with Kato. Tomix is a very popular brand in Japan, and Micro Ace is a popular brand over there as well. Kato and Tomix kind of compete against each other on a lot of models, but there's also a lot of models that one will make over the other with the other guy. Micro Ace company generates special limited edition runs, so that's very popular in Japan because they make special trains that are very popular, and it's very limited runs, so they sell out quick. Green Max has started making model trains. They mostly used to do just the Japanese model buildings, which was pretty cool, but then they've started recently diving into creating and selling some of the model trains. And then lastly, Bandai, they're known mostly for a train that's called a shorty train, which is like half the size of a model train, but it kind of looks similar, and it's more of a toy. But what I enjoy about the shorty trains is you build them from a kit. You have to glue them together and piece them together and actually build the kits. So it's kind of nice. Over in Japan, N-scale is most popular because when a child wants to play trains, they buy that Kato M11 or K1 sets and a train. And then what they do is when they wake up, they'll roll up their bed mat, they'll snap together the track, they'll run their trains for the day, and then when the day's over, they'll have to put their trains back in the box and then roll their bed mat back out and then go to bed. So they don't have the space that a lot of people might have. So the need was to create that Kato special snap together track. Tomix also has snap together track, but there was a big need there in Japan to do that. I finally pulled the trigger and sold all my British trains that I had collected and started buying Japanese trains after I met and made friends in Chantilly, Virginia with a group of wonderful people from Japan who made the long journey to participate in the world's largest N-scale layout. My best friend Adam Amick paid for me and took me to this convention, and we made a great connection with this group due to his awesome Japanese linguistic skills. We hung out in the hotel lobby where the convention placed a small oval layout, and we were up late in the morning talking and running trains. This was one of my fondest memories. We were also shown some of their new T-Track modules. If you're not familiar with T-Track, we have more on that on another clinic someday, and how they were published in magazines. And so again, we'll cover that another time, but they were really getting into T-Track at that time. And it was in 2004 in Chantilly, Virginia at the N-Scale East Convention. And I made great friends with Hiroshi Kato and Dr. Mizunuma. They co-created the JAM over there, which is the Japanese Area Model Convention. So if you ever want to go to Japan, that's the best convention to hit. We were introduced to Mr. Oshida. He is also known as Mr. Bridge because the modules, the N-Scale modules they brought were these fantastic bridges that they brought over on a plane and set up, and they were just huge and fantastic. Takeda, Uetake, Ono, Yokoto, and my most favorite, Ichiro Uematsu. He's a great friend of mine now, and it was wonderful to meet these guys, and it really encouraged me to pull the trigger and do the Japanese collection training and such. What makes Japanese trains so great? They are rarely to never late. In 1 year, there is a total accumulated time of late trains of less than 3 minutes for the entire trains, all the trains the entire year. If you are late to work and blame the train, they won't believe you. You'll probably get fired. If the train is ever late, you are actually handed a note to hand to your boss to say, "This is why I'm late." One secret I noticed while I was over there is the trains have a scheduled time and departure, but they depart and arrive 1 minute early than what the time is listed. So I think that's part of their secret. Tokyo area has 14.6 billion annual riders. That's 40 million a day. And that's just in the Grand Tokyo area. For a comparison on these numbers, taken from 2019 pre-COVID, Amtrak over all of the United States has a ridership of 32 million in a full year. And Tokyo does that in 1 day. New York subways and buses in a day, approximately 5.5 million. London Underground, also about 5 million a day. All of China, 6.5 million a day. Again, Japan has more than 40 million every day. Something else, they also spend $8 billion on a new train design to make it go just that 20 kilometers per hour faster. I have one of their experimental trains pictured. It's the maglev train under research and development. You can actually go to the test facility and ride it. And that was opened in Yamanashi in 1997. We're going to start with Shinkansen trains, a network of high-speed railway lines in Japan. Initially, it was built to connect distant Japanese regions with Tokyo, the capital, in order to aid economic growth and development. Beyond long-distance travel, some sections around the largest metropolitan areas are used as a commuter rail network. It is operated by 5 Japan Rail Group companies. Shinkansen has a 50-plus year history, carrying over 5.3 billion passengers. Not a single passenger fatality or injury due to train accidents. The Shinkansen uses a 4-foot, 8.5-inch standard gauge in contrast to the 3-foot, 6-inch narrow gauge of their older lines. I have pictured here where Tokyo Station was being built in 1914, and it was built to be the center point of all these trains where they could all come together at one point, and you could go to anywhere in the country from that point. A few other pictures of Tokyo Station. At night, it's really pretty, the red brick building. The second picture is a pretty nice building. The famous red building you usually see is an actual hotel that you can stay in for just a small fee. You can see here that the main entrance to Tokyo Station is at both ends of the red brick building. The lower left picture is of the opposite side of Tokyo Station and its entrance. Most of the station is underground, underneath the train tracks and platform. It is like a mall with shops and food places. You can buy a platform pass to get free access to all the platforms and Railfan all the Shinkansen and local commuter trains all day. It was one of my fondest memories railfanning this station, and just like every platform in Japan, they have great train souvenirs in the shops underneath and the kiosks on the actual platforms. The last two pictures are an aerial view to show you just a few of the tracks that go into Tokyo Station. Tokyo Station has become a center point for both east and west trains to meet and change trains if necessary. It is important to note that as busy as Tokyo Station is, Shinjuku to the west is the busiest station where over 3.4 million pass through this one station every day. We will have a few more stations to see a little bit later. While I was on the platform, I took this photo of this nice little memorial of Shinji Sogo. They consider him the father of bullet trains. Japan was the first country to build dedicated rail lines for high-speed travel. The existing network consists of 1,067 millimeters, 3-foot 6-inch narrow gauge lines, which generally took indicated routes and could not be adapted to higher speeds. Consequently, Japan had a greater need for a few new high-speed lines. Countries where the existing standard gauge or broad gauge rail systems had more upgrade potential. Among the key people credited with the creation of the first Shinkansen are Hideo Shima, the chief engineer, and Shinji Sogo, the first president of Japanese National Railways, also known as JNR, who convinced the politicians to build it. Other significant people responsible for its technical development were Tadanayo Miki, Tadashi Matsudari, and Hajime Kawanabe, based at the Railway Technology Research Institute, part of the JNR. They were responsible for much of the technical development of the first line, the Tokaido Shinkansen. All three had worked on aircraft design during World War II. The country was divided into 5 rail networks. JR Hokkaido, which is the most eastern network with connections to Hokkaido Island. JR East, which has trains from Tokyo Station to the east to Hokkaido. JR Central, which is west of Tokyo Station, but is in the middle of Japan. JR West, which is west of JR Central Company and east of JR Kyushu. JR Kyushu, which is the westernmost part of Japan, including the island of Kyushu. You can see this on the map, that the Shinkansen lines run almost across the entire country, and you can connect to local commuter trains in almost every location. The country is mostly divided between east and west. All regions, both east and north of Tokyo, are considered east. All regions west and south of Tokyo are considered west. We're going to start with JR Hokkaido. It is the furthest east and northern of Japan. The JR Hokkaido Railway Company is one of the constituent companies of the Japan Railways Group and is often referred to using its official abbreviation of JR Hokkaido. It operates intercity and local rail services in Hokkaido, Japan. They require special, more sturdy rail and trains due to its cold weather. An H5, similar to model and color to the E5, only has a couple of differences from the JR East E5, which is pictured here. It is given better suspension and a snowplow. There is a tunnel underwater that links the Shinkansen train from the main island of Japan to the Hokkaido island. You might notice the seam in the nose on this picture. This nose cone will open up and reveal a coupler so that 2 Shinkansen trains can be joined together. They do this frequently where they are coupled in Tokyo Station and head east, where they will eventually separate and go into 2 different routes. The JR East Shinkansen, this is an enjoyable photo because you are able to see some of the history of the trains. Starting on the left is the most current Shinkansen running today. It's the E5, as I mentioned earlier. Next to it is an older model with a green stripe, the 200. Third is one of my favorites, the double-decker E4 Max, that is white and blue with a yellow stripe. Next is a famous E2 Shinkansen, which is also white and blue with a pink stripe. It was used to take fans and Olympians to the Winter Olympics in Japan in 1998 to Nagano. Next is the E3 Shinkansen with white and gray with the pink and blue stripe. After that is the East I maintenance train, which we will talk about more later on. And lastly, the E1 and a repainted scheme. You might recall a few slides back, it was a turquoise and light blue color, and here it has been modernized into a fresh paint scheme of blue and white with a peach stripe. In my opinion, it looks similar to the E2 colors, but yes, one of my favorite, it's a double-decker bullet train. JR West and Central. Now we are going to view a few of the JR West and Central Shinkansen trains, starting top left with the Hikari Railstar, which is a version of the 700 but different train company and different line of service in gray and white with darker gray and yellow stripe. Next is the N700 in white with a blue stripe. It is interesting to note that this is one of the trains they spend $8 billion on to make it go faster. They started with the 700, and then it upgraded to the N700, and now we currently have the N700S, which is the train that Texas is going to use on its fast service between Dallas and Houston. Next is a very popular 500 Shinkansen. Lots of people like this train because of its design. It has a very sharp nose and very nice style. On the second row is pictured an older model, the Zero series, which was the first Shinkansen built. Then the 100, which is also one of my favorite trains. Many photos and paintings are made of this train as it passes in front of Mount Fuji. Last on the second row is the W7 Shinkansen, which is the same train as the E7 on the JR East line. It was nice to see that they were able to use the same train on both sides. On the third row is an older model of the 300 series. The front end reminds me of older Oldsmobile and Pontiac cars from America. Lastly is the famous and popular Hello Kitty train, which is a repainted 500. I told you they have a nefarious plan to make me buy more train models. Next is the JR Kyushu. It is the western southernmost island. The JR Kyushu train is also known as the 800 model. Kyushu was very excited to get Shinkansen lines on their island. They have recently started upgrading and wrapping their 800 in many styles. One picture below is the Waku Waku train featuring Mickey Mouse, copyright Disney. They currently have 3 Waku Waku train designs, a Mickey Mouse, a Minnie Mouse, and a Pixar train. Yes, I have every model and falling for the JR devious plan to make me buy more models. Inspection and maintenance of way trains. On the right is a very famous but rarely seen Dr. Yellow Shinkansen inspection train. If you see this train, you are considered very lucky this day and should go buy a lotto ticket. It was made for JR West, which they have taken the 700 model and updated it with a lot of inspection equipment and run this train on every Shinkansen line in West every night. It might be important to note that it might be called the 923. So Gomon Nasai, which is, I'm sorry, I may have gotten that wrong. Below that is an East Eye inspection train that runs every night on all JR East lines. I believe it came from an E3 model is what I can see from that. To the left, you can see many different types of maintenance away vehicles. They are very efficient. I like the one in the middle, which seems to have a rail that moves it sideways off the track for storage purposes. Express trains. There is no shortage of express trains in Japan. Here are just a few. I'm starting at the top left. It's called the Shirasagi Express. And then next to it is the Sunrise Express, one of my favorite being that it's a double-decker train. So obviously I'm a big fan of that. Next is the Hitachi Express. And then on the second row, Shiokaze Express. And next to it is the Twilight Express, which is also a luxury train, which we'll see more of later. And lastly, the Narita Express, which is one of the JNR express trains that you take from Narita Airport into Tokyo Station. A few more express trains, continuing with just a few more. The Chuo Rapid Express, which is a popular Super Azusa train. Next to it is the Royal Express, which is also a luxury train. The Seibu Laview Express, which has this large bubble on the front end of it. It's kind of a neat looking train. And then on the next row, Hakodate Express. And then right in the middle, the red train, is the Rapid Express, which looks like something like out of Buck Rogers. It also has many paint schemes. The first of which was royal blue, an anime painted scheme that's red that you see here. They also did a famous Star Wars paint scheme, and there's this new peach and white scheme. And they're pretty neat, but I think a lot of people don't like them because it says it's kind of weird and futuristic Buck Rogers looking. And again, they're testing me with all those new train models. The last row shows a really neat panda train called the Kuroshio Express. And then lastly is the Kaisei Skyliner Express, which is an alternative to the NEX Narita Airport Express. The Skyliner is privately owned, and the NEX is owned by the JNR, Japanese National Rail. The Skyliner is a few more dollars to ride, but gets you to Tokyo just a little faster. There is a nice video on the comparison between the NEX and the Skyliner on NHK's streaming Japanese station, found on a lot of places like Apple TV or other streaming services. You can get that NHK channel and you can go look at Japanese trains. We're now going to talk about local Japanese trains. I thought I would show you just a few of the local trains you can ride in Tokyo area. Pictured here is a map of just above ground railroads, and you can see that the lines are in different colors, which coordinate to the color of the train that you need to ride. Are you dizzy from looking at this map? I get it dizzy a lot. It is any indication how they are able to move 40 million people a day. This is it. It's pretty incredible. Here you can see many different trains that are your local commuter trains around Tokyo. Upper left in the yellow is the Sobu line, which would coordinate to that yellow line you saw on the previous slide with the yellow line train. Next is the Yamanote line in green, which is a great train because it makes a big loop around the center part of Tokyo, where it takes 1 full hour to circle the entire loop. But it's a great train to ride for rail fanning to catch views of many of the different trains that go through Tokyo. Next is the Kaikyu line that terminates at a popular station and train yard called Shinagawa. Next to that is the Tokaido line train, which might sound familiar to you because of the name Tokaido, which is the line that generated the most need for bullet trains, the Tokaido Shinkansen. So that Tokaido train still runs, but they built the separate Shinkansen line. So if you want to take your time and see countryside and go a little slower, you can ride that Tokaido line, or you can ride the Shinkansen. The second row is the Yokosuka line, then the Orange Chuo line, which is a very popular train due to its linkage between Tokyo and Shinjuku stations. Next is an interesting train called the Joban line, which comes in many different colors. What I've got there is yellow, and then there's other colors like blue and such. They're kind of neat, and a slope front window that's really kind of interesting to see in Railfan. Next is the Keihin Tohoku line in blue. You might have noticed that the blue and green and orange lines all run next to each other on that map I showed you and have a few of the same stops in the center part of Tokyo, close to Tokyo Station. But each line branches off and they are very effective and efficient. The last row are a few of the metro lines that usually run underground, whereas the previous trains mostly run above ground. The Tsusayo line, then the Chiyoda line, and lastly, the famous Marunouchi line, pictured as the most recent design and looks very nice. I mentioned earlier that we would talk a little bit more about luxury trains. There seems to be a recent trend in Japan to be high class, not just first class, which are also called the green cars. In most trains, you have first class green cars, but now they have developed these special luxury trains. They have gone upscale and a little slower on their trains. They still will always have the fast bullet trains, but for those that want to take their time and go in style, these trains certainly fill the need. The first one, the 7-star Kyushu train, is very nice in a dark brown color, where the back car has a nice large picture window to view the beautiful countryside. Next, in the top right, is the Shikishima Suite train. It's probably the most current and fanciest of the new luxury trains, with fancy interiors and awesome viewing. It has high-end dining, and all rooms are suites for sleeping for overnight riding. There is only one lobby type car and one diner car. The rest are completely filled with rooms, no common seating, so you have to ride in a room, a suite, where you would sleep, and then you would congregate in those two main rooms. The next train with a green color is the Twilight Express. It was a limited sleeping car train service operated by JR West Rail Company in Japan from 1989 until March of 2015. The model just recently came out, so it's kind of a buzz right now, but it's still an awesome looking train. Lastly is a train I just found out about, the Royal Express, the royal blue train in the lower right. The Royal Express is an 8-car train with seating for 100 passengers. It was designed by award-winning industry designer E.G. Mituka, who in recent years has also designed many other beautiful trains, including the Fujisan View Express, the JR Kyushu Suite train, and the luxury cruise train 7 stars in Kyushu. So this one guy designed all these trains, and he does a great job. I think they're beautiful. Pardon me while I take a quick drink. Here we can see a few of the must-see stations in Japan. They are definitely on my list to see next time I'm in Japan. The first one pictured is a beautiful station in Kanazawa. It features a modern Shinto gate, which represents a gateway between worlds. Second on the left is the Harajuku station. This station is served by the circular green Yamanote line. This is an area that famous clothing designer came from, yes, called Harajuku. It is a famous place to visit for its fashion and crazy cosplayers. When I was there, I saw some very amusing sights, like a Hello Kitty bus with Hello Kitty characters on it, circling the streets, waving. It was sugoi. Other must-see stations are Daiba, Minatomira, Shimanoda, which times one train a day to arrive sunset to catch the view of the setting sun over Seto Inland Sea. And that would be that one on the lower left. It provides an unobstructed view of the beautiful water and seaside. And of course, Kyoto and Tokyo stations pictured on the right are a must-see. As you can see in some of the images, there are many shops and malls under the ground, underneath the stations, and attached to the stations. This is my favorite slide, as I love wrap trains and paint trains. Japan will help pay for the trains by letting companies and movie and TV production companies repaint or wrap their trains. Pictured here are just a very small amount of wonderful wrap trains. And you might notice they don't just paint the outside, but they will go all out on the inside too. Like the Pokemon train interior on the first picture shows just how crazy it can get in there. Movie production companies like to paint trains, as you can see with the Harry Potter train on the upper right, and as mentioned, Star Wars and other such. On the second row, you can see in the first two pictures the zoo train, which obviously we take to go to the zoo, but look at those awesome seats. They're like a moose and a wolf, and all the seats throughout the train are similar to that, and it's pretty neat to see and ride. On the third and fourth row, you will see the famous Hello Kitty trains. But important to note, the third row second picture and last row first picture are both repainted 500 trains, the Hello Kitty and the Anime Evangelion train. Since anime was born in Japan, you will see a lot of anime trains, such as the last two photos on the second row and the last four pictures on the last row, such as Doraemon, Rilakuma, etc. Japan, of course, has a lot of monorail. I will only touch on a couple of them. The first picture is a famous picture of how they can throw switches for monorail. And you can see how intricate the monorail lines are. The first time I went to Japan, I noticed from the NEX Express that I was riding on that we passed by a station that was this upside down type monorail pictured in the second row first picture, the orange train, and in the last row, second picture, a red stripe train. Of course, there is, the monorail at Disney in the second row, third picture. The most ridden monorail is the Haneda Airport monorail pictured on the top right three photos. It runs between the Haneda Airport, which is an airport closer than Narita to downtown Tokyo, and it will take you from the central part of Tokyo about one or two stops south of Tokyo Station. And so you would take the monorail from Haneda Airport into Tokyo and then transfer at that station to one of those local commuter lines that we looked at earlier. I am anxiously awaiting the models of any of these trains. We'll talk for a second about JR Freight. Most of the JR Freight is dedicated to a container type freight called Koki Freight, K-O-K-I, which is a very versatile type of freight. The containers are currently brown, but used to be green, something I just recently found out. They can come in different configurations, but you will typically see the 5 set containers in a 10-foot by 12-foot size for each container. They do not require any special MyJacks or other type of lifts. They can be lifted by simple forklifts and put onto a box truck trailer for city transfer. Other type of freight, like fuel tank cars, seen on that second row, second picture, the green and gray, and what I call Coke tank containers, pictured in the first row, last photo, that has that JOT on the side of it, where the tank is like inside this metal framework that can be very simply lifted, and and they have Koki size, the 10 by 12s, and they have larger sizes, of course. The engines are very fascinating, and almost all of them run on the electric catenary, with just a few diesel exceptions. They will all run on the passenger lines throughout Japan, not the Shinkansen lines, but like those other lines like the Tokaido lines or the Chuo lines. You will see if you go rail fanning, or if you even do some rail fanning from your couch, on my next slide, some rail fan sites where you can watch and you'll see an occasional container train go through, and I love seeing those. Railfan watching sites and other info. Disney Plus and Apple TV have many great shows to view. If you just type Japan in those and search for that, you'll find a lot of great videos to watch, like the one I was mentioning where you have the NEX versus the Skyliner. Lastly, I wanted to share some awesome YouTube sites that you can view live cameras throughout Japan, and is an excellent place to do a lot of rail fanning from your couch. simply go to YouTube and type Japan Rail, and you will find them. Or try to copy them from the below. I might try to have them posted on the video comments later. And I think one of the most fascinating sites is this one that says train recognition software. It's similar to facial recognition software, but it sees the train and it says in the lower left-hand corner what type of train it is, what model it is, and it's very fascinating. That's about all I've got for today. I am now pretty much ready for questions.
We do have questions. We're just waiting for Martin. He's probably muted.
How did you know I had the mute button still pushed? There you go. See, things never change, do they? Okay, we're back to normal now. Yeah, no, I've been fascinated with some of these Japanese trains. I've usually in the train room here, I put a couple of live cams up from Tokyo of the domestic route, the domestic lines going in there, and I think they got about 10 lines going into on this one section, this one camera I'm looking at, and yeah. But let's have a little look over here. We've got a few questions. What's your favorite Japanese train? Is the first one.
Well, as I mentioned, I love double-decker trains. And are y'all getting an echo? I think I have a speaker on that I shouldn't.
No, we don't have an echo here.
Okay. I love the double-decker trains, that E4 Max, and everybody loves the Dr. Yellow, but I'm gonna have to stick with that double-decker bullet train. What got me pulled into Japanese trains in the first place, and I just love the double-decker fast bullet trains. That's my favorite.
Cool. And obviously, straight after that was what was your least favorite Japanese train?
Well, any good Japanese person would say, they are all my favorite. I have no least favorite. But least favorite? The E5, that turquoise and white train. And I think the only reason it's my least favorite is I like the E6 that couples to it that's red and white. I like it a little bit better.
Okay, cool. And obviously, being in Texas and modeling Japanese trains, you wouldn't find a lot of stock at the local hobby shop. So someone's asked, where do you buy your trains from?
That is an excellent question. And although I am a huge supporter of local businesses, and I try to support my local hobby shop, I don't know if I'm allowed to plug them, but I'm sorry?
No, by all means.
It's called Discount Model Trains. And guy there, Wayne and James, they really try hard to get me those Japanese trains. And I've got a few through them, but most of my Japanese trains come from Japan. I used to order a few through a guy in Australia back in the day, but most of them come from Japan through eBay. And a guy on there, which I met, and he took me out to dinner because I guess I spent so much money and bought so many trains from him. He runs a little site on eBay called Plaza Japan, Plaza Japan, all one word. Search for him on eBay. He'll have the best prices on eBay, and you won't be disappointed by him. Other places I just recently found on Facebook, a guy by the name of Model Bon JP. So it's like a cross between German and Japanese, but he's got great prices. And there's so many others from Japan that are wonderful. Model Trains Plus, Hobby Search. Those are all sites you can search for and find and buy directly from them, and they'll ship it to you. Now with COVID, they had to change from an inexpensive shipper over to DHL, which costs a lot more, like 30 bucks to ship something, but it's well worth it because you get all this tracking and you get it like within a week sometimes.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, fast shipping's good. That's something we're suffering from here in Australia at the moment is you order anything from the United States, and it can take up to about 6 to 7 weeks before it even looks like it's going to show up. Okay, what are the questions? We got one here. It says, do you have any passenger trains from other countries?
I used to, but I sold them. I love the British trains. I really love that country, but their quality was just poor. I think they would break on me all the time. I was always fixing them. I'm trying to remember the model brands. Like I think one of them was Hornby, but that's mostly HO.
Yes, Parkman's big in the UK, I believe, as well.
I didn't know that. But what's interesting and fascinating is Kato has recently started making a lot of great British trains. They made, of course, the German ice train, but
Yep.
they recently announced a few more British trains. So they're really tapping the market there that's really needed.
Well, you never know. You might get tempted to go and buy some more British stuff, being as Cato's starting to put them out.
It's tempting, but I got to limit my scope or I'll go broke.
We all say that. We all say that.
Japan's doing a good enough job there with all the repainting of trains. Oh my goodness.
Another question we got on the list here is, where do you run your trains?
That's another good question. I don't have my home layout yet. My wife has given me authority to take over the game room and build a layout in there, which it'll be 2 levels. One T-track level that I can unsnap and take with me wherever I want to go to a show.
Yep.
And then a second level, upper level, which will be more of the Shinkansen running trains that I can run full blast. And I've got this nifty little controller from Tomix where it's like the same thing on the, if you're driving the train, if you're sitting on the train, it's got the same controls and momentum and everything. But for right now, I'm fortunate enough to belong to North Texas T-Track, and we have plenty of shows we set up at least once a month, and I'm able to run my trains there. And also, I'm hoping and looking forward to running trains. Some of my Japanese trains, I might do a Japanese invasion of that famous Helix.
That'll be good to see. That'll be good to see. Another question we got here. They're talking about the trucks on Japanese trains. Are they similar to American trains? And have you looked at anything different, any other different techniques like the maglev systems using magnetism or the likes?
I'm not sure I understand what's being asked. Did you say something about the trucks?
Yeah, so are the trucks similar to American trains, or is there a difference in...
Oh, they're very different. Like, for example, the Shinkansen train. I wish I had this photo. That would have been a great photo. But the hydraulics and the suspension on those trains are spectacular. They're bigger than people, and they go all the way up the sides of the train so that there's not much rocking. And some trains will dip into the curve, like they're incredible. And what's the scariest thing of all, when I was riding the train, and I knew I was going to be going 320 kilometers per hour faster than NASCAR, I was looking for the seatbelt, and there are no seatbelts. And I was like, I'm panicking a little bit. There's no seatbelt. What do I do? Oh, it'll be fine. Again, they've never had they've had local accidents, but the Shinkansen, because of that Dr. Yellow riding every night, testing every inch of that track, it has never had a death or fatality or injury from the Shinkansen. Local trains have had a few accidents, but they're not. That's okay.
Yeah, that's amazing. But yeah, the technology on those trains is amazing when you have a look at it. And they've got here, what's another question? Are luxury trains only meant for long distance travel?
I don't think so. I recently watched, that's a good question. Thank you for asking that. I recently watched and marathon watched on what station was that? It might have been Disney Plus. A show hosted by James Mays. A lot of you might be familiar with James Mays.
Yep.
He was from that British car show.
Top Gear.
And he does a lot of specials. And he did a special in Japan, and that's worth watching. And it was quite interesting. And he touched on a lot of that. Other great shows that I just love the view of on Disney Plus was this from Japan from sky to sea or something like that. The views and the helicopter views of it were spectacular, especially on like a Ultra HD TV.
Okay, and we've got the last question I've got here on the list. Someone asked about the. Here we go. Now let's see if an Aussie can get this out. The Hayabusa, HYSBUSA. Does that mean anything to you?
To the Hayabusa train?
Yes.
Does it mean anything to me? I don't remember it.
Well, the question here is someone asked about that.
Sell it again?
HYSBUSA. Oh, well, we'll give that one a miss. I don't know what it is myself, so it'll be something to look up in Google later on.
I think it's actually Hayabusa. The Hayabusa. It's got a popular name. I'm Googling it.
We'll move on to we got another question popped up here after that. Basically saying, can you see any scenery when you were doing 300 kilometers per hour?
Absolutely, and it was so pretty. If you go and you're riding from Tokyo to Kyoto, which is the old capital, which is gorgeous, and a lot of good. I think my wife loved that place the most, and that's where my friend Plaza Japan showed us around. But if you ride the train from Tokyo to Kyoto, make sure you sit on the right side so that you have a great view of Mount Fuji.
Okay.
And then coming back, of course, on the left side so you can see it again. Oh yeah, and it goes slower through the city, but once it hits that countryside, it will hit that high speed. But when I was riding from Tokyo to Nikko to see the Thousand Samurai March, I was able to see everything just fine. It's not like a blur. It was I was able to see the fine details of like these people would take out in the country, they'd take their backyard and make it a rice farm, so that because they consume a lot of rice, and so they want to grow their own and be fresh. And that's the key word, is fresh. Everybody in Japan has wonderful fresh food. That's the best word for it, is fresh. But as I was able to see these little homes with these little backyards growing their own rice, and they have irrigation and everything. So I was able to see that fine detail on how they're growing their own stuff. Like here in America, we like to grow our own trees with fruits and such on it. But there they were growing the rice and some other trees and such. But I was able to see that fine detail at that fast speed with no problem.
Okay, excellent. Well, as someone who's been thinking for a number of years of heading over to Japan, being it's not far from where we are, it's a little closer than it is to Texas. But anyway, how easy is it to buy tickets over there and to know where you're going and where to get off? Is the signage in English or?
There is duplicate signage in both English and Japanese. And one of the key things in Japan, always ask for help. They like to help. And everybody over there is pretty much required to learn English as in their education. But they're very helpful, and I highly suggest when you go, buy ahead of time a JR Rail Pass.
Okay.
The JR Rail Pass will get you on every Shinkansen and every above ground train. Those metro lines, you have to pay separate. But if you just ride 2 Shinkansen lines, you've already paid for the pass. That means when I went to Nikko, there and back, it paid for my pass. And then I rode to Kyoto for free. And I centered my stay in Japan, in Tokyo, and I would just take the first train out and the last train back, and I got plenty of time in those cities. Although there's a lot of stuff I didn't get to see, but there's plenty of time to go and visit those other cities if you want to central your stay in Tokyo. Unless you go a little bit slower, sometimes people want to go a little slower, and so you might book a different hotel in Kyoto and take the train over, and you'd be fine. But knowing where to get off. When you order your JR pass, which actually comes from Paris,
Yeah.
when you order that, you have to go and check into a JNR office to get your pass. At that time, they're very helpful to say, would you like to go ahead and book some reservations on any trains? Be prepared to do that if you want to take a trip to Kyoto for the day. Figure out what day you're going, book that pass, and then you can always adjust the times. It's no charge because you've got that JR pass.
Okay, excellent. Well, then I've got another couple of questions have popped up here. So, in your travels in Japan, what hobby shops or what being we're all model railroaders here, what hobby shops do you think we should peruse, or which is the best city or the best area to go looking at such items?
Tokyo. Bottom line, Tokyo. They have shops everywhere else. And like I said, Plaza Japan is actually in Kyoto, but they don't really have these shops. Most of the regular walk-in shops are in Tokyo. For example, the Kato headquarters is worth a visit. And they're in Tokyo, just to the west of Tokyo Station, Shinjuku. I think you get to off of a line from there. And be prepared to do a lot of walking and stair climbing, because I got lost in Shinjuku Station. It's so busy and so large. I think when my wife and I were looking for the right train, we walked over 1,500 to 2,000 meters just to go from one train to another because there's so many trains going through there. Yeah, it's big stations. But Kato is there. You can buy directly from Kato while you're there. They have layouts you can visit and see. They'll have the most recent stuff you can buy. Other fun shops, Tenshodo.
Okay.
Tenshodo started out as a watch company, and they have 5 floors. And on the first floor is still that jewelry company, but on the 2nd through 5th floor is model train store. And they are in Ginza. Is it Ginza? I think that's right. Ginza Shopping District. They are right there, a little bit off of the station, directly above the underground. A couple of others, there's shops like in Akihabara Station, inside the station. There are shops around Akihabara, which is also known as Electric Town. They used to close down all the streets around there, but I don't think they've closed down the streets around there anymore.
Okay. And,
but there is plenty of listings of shops to shop at over there. And if you love trains, yes, you will go broke because you won't have to pay shipping. You better take an empty suitcase with you to bring back.
Well, I have a bad reputation every time I come to the US. I bring an empty suitcase. I take a suitcase within a suitcase. And every time I go there, I end up at Walmart buying another one of those Coleman duffel bags to come back home because I've still bought too much stuff. So I think if I go to Japan, I might be employing a freight company for a little while. But in your trips there, did you actually visit the Kato headquarters?
I did, and as I mentioned, back in Chantilly, I met with and made friends with Hiroshi Kato, and he's a wonderful guy. And he invited me when I came to a clinic that was being given, and there at the clinic, I met with him and a bunch of his friends, and they were the clinicians and all of the people there. I think my wife and I, we made these cast moldings of rocks, and we painted the rocks, and they went through techniques on how to paint and how to water down your paint and let it flow down the rock, a little bit special. But we spent the day with them there at the Kato Center. And after that, we all went out to dinner too. And my wife was brave enough to eat the crazy food there, the seafood. I wasn't that brave, but again, the food there is so fresh.
Yes.
I don't think they freeze anything.
Yes, yeah. And Well, the last question I got here, and of course someone had to put this in. How many Japanese passenger train sets do you own? You can answer that if you want or not.
It's my wife watching. I know that when I went to Japan, I came back with 2 suitcasefuls, and I'm always finding great deals, but I don't have any repeat model trains, except recently I've been starting to get a little more freight trains, and so getting parts for these trains is really hard. So what a lot of times you should do is buy an extra B unit or an extra unit to use as parts for anything that might be damaged. For example, the Shinkansen model trains have these plastic axles, and if you're running on DCC and you hit a switch and it goes hot, that plastic axle will melt. It happened to a member of ours here in the north. I'm actually here in Oklahoma City right now at a train show, and this kid he's a great kid, but his Shinkansen train melted the axle, and so they had to use another car for parts. And so it's always wise to maybe find an inexpensive enough train where you could maybe buy extra cars for it and use them as parts.
Okay, good advice. Good advice. Well, that was an enlightening little tour of Japan, and certainly different trains from around the world. And you certainly whetted my appetite for wanting to get over there and ride the bullet trains, as we say. And I'm certainly looking forward to seeing some photos of Japanese trains running on a Namibian layout in Texas. I reckon there can't be much more multicultural than that when it comes to running trains. So, Stephen, thank you very much for your presentation, and we hope to see you again soon.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so I think we're now at the end of NMRAx episode. I don't know if Brad or any of the other production guys are lurking in the background. They've all...
I haven't got my camera on, have I?
No, you've been hidden.
Of course, Martin. So, yes, that brings us to the end of our May show, but considering you've just figured out how to use Google Sheets properly, how about you tell everyone what's coming up in the coming month?
Well, that's there as well, is it? Hang on. Oh, look at that. Oh, they put that down there as well. Oh, I didn't even scroll down far enough to see that. Speed put that in, and he's put it on line 347, so no wonder I couldn't find it. So don't forget, we got the AR convention, the Australian region. This year we've had our face-to-face convention cancelled yet again due to the unmentionable. So we will be holding a virtual convention, but the beauty about that is anyone can attend from around the world. So all you people out there in North America, if you want to see some Australian trains, some crazy changing of gauges, because we have every gauge under the sun in Australia, and that's usually within about 10 foot of rail. Come along and join us on the 11th and 14th, which is the Australian dates. So that would be the 10th and from the 10th to the 13th, the Americans. Wouldn't that be right, Brad? Or have I got my calculations wrong?
As much as you're making a mess of those dates, you are actually correct. It is the 10th to the 13th over in the States.
Yep.
The 11th to the 14th for
14th here of June.
I didn't know you guys were that far ahead. We're still in May.
Well, this is June, so... And then, of course, we'll have the NMRAx show at the end of June as well, as per normal. So, if anybody
June
else
26th.
anything else to say? 26th,
June,
on the 26th.
Yeah.
Or if you're in Australia, the 27th. There we go.
Ouch.
Now, have I confused everyone enough?
Yeah, so I think we all we call it a day because I'm ready for lunch.
We will. I'm going to get some lunch now, and Stephen's probably going to be heading to bed, I'd say. What time's it with you?
It's 10.
Oh,
Time
there
for
you
a couple more movies, hey?
a couple more movies.
I don't
Another
have to
day of
be
show
at the
tomorrow?
show till 10. Yeah, 10 o'clock tomorrow. I was curious, if in the Australia show, isn't Tasmania Island have some of those famous colorful steam engines?
They do. The West Coast Railway in Tasmania has a rack railway, which is quite interesting. We might have to dig someone up to do a little presentation on the West Coast rack railways, I think, because they are quite odd.
Cool.
Cool.
So without further ado, we'll bid everybody a good evening, and we'll go and have some lunch here in Australia, and we'll catch you again next month.
Be safe.